Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back. Aylin, it's good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? We got a little bit we got to get through tonight. There's a couple of big things that came out today, and then there's one that hopefully you're as pleasantly surprised by it as I am. But other than those, because we've only got, there's three articles that we got to get through, but, yeah, two of them are pretty big, and then one it's a nice little pleasant thing, I think, and then after that, we're going to be doing more Ace Attorney. So how are you doing, Aylin? How are the things? Let me see here. What the hell is this? Oh, I don't even know. Okay. So yeah, we made it. We definitely made it, which is really, really nice. It is Friday. It's the start of the weekend. All that good stuff. We might as well just kind of get into it. Again, I know that there's, quite a bit of news. So let's do it. Let's just get into it. This is a big one. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to 50 months behind bars. What do we know about the case? A judge sentenced Sean Diddy Combs to 50 months in prison, fined him $500,000, and ordered 5 years of supervised release. Before he was sentenced, Combs addressed the judge, begging for mercy and apologizing for sick actions. Prosecutors had pushed for more than 11 years, while the defense sought 14 months, which would have equaled time served. Since Combs has been in custody since September 2024, he will receive credit for over a year already served. A jury acquitted Combs of racketeering and sex trafficking charges on July 2nd, but convicted him on two lesser counts of transporting former girlfriends for prostitution. Attorneys for Diddy said they have a strong basis to appeal the judge's sentence, which they described as unconstitutional. Speaking to reporters outside the courthouse, defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said Judge Arun Subramanian used the word coercion at least a dozen times during today's sentencing hearing, even though the jury found there was no coercion. We think that's unconstitutional, he said. We think a jury's verdict should mean more. Attorney Gloria Allred says Combs has to pay the price for what he did. This was 3 hours ago. This one was 1 hour ago. Says speaking outside the Manhattan courthouse, Attorney Gloria Allred called Judge Arun very thoughtful and said Combs has to pay the price for what he did. Allred said she represents alleged victims of Combs who were concerned he might walk free by the end of the year. I think they'll be happy he'll be in prison for a number of years, she said. When the sentence was read, Combs showed little to no emotion in court. He looked at the judge and then looked down. Combs shook his head when Judge was talking about Cassie Ventura's impact on the case. When the judge talked about the impact on the kids, Combs also shook his head. Afterwards, Combs turned to his family and tapped his heart. He said to his children and his mother, "I love you, I'm sorry." Then he said, "I'll be okay," as he gathered his papers and walked out with the marshals. Diddy was sentenced to over 4 years in prison on prostitution-related charges. NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons Fedden explains what will happen to the civil claims that several women have filed against the music mogul. I watched a little bit of it when they were talking about it on, I believe it was MSNBC, and long story short, the civil cases are still going to go through. So even though he is in jail, he's still got a lot of civil cases and everything else that he's got to go through, and that's where he could really, really, really get fucked. As the judge explained his reasoning for Combs' 50-month sentence, several members of Combs' family were in tears, including his eldest daughter, while others looked to one another for a sense of direction. Aside from the tears and glances, Combs' family and friends largely complied with the courtroom rules, holding verbal reactions to the verdict. The lawyer for Combs' victim, Cassie Ventura, said the 50-month sentence reflects the serious offenses committed by the music icon. While nothing can undo the trauma caused by Combs, the sentence imposed today recognizes the impact of the serious offenses he committed, her attorney Douglas Wigder said in a statement. We are confident that with the support of her family and friends, Miss Ventura will continue healing, knowing that her bravery and fortitude have been an inspiration to so many. I think that's fair. And it's just going to keep going and going and going and going and going. But yeah, so long story short, Diddy is in there for a grand total of 50 months, which if I remember correctly is like 4 years and 2 months. And then he's got 5 years supervision after he gets out of jail. And that's assuming he doesn't do anything really, really, really stupid. DM, how you doing? It's good to see you. So that's the first one. Me personally, I don't really know what the prosecution was doing. I get that there were probably some things that were really, really, really hard to prove criminally beyond a shadow of a doubt. But, yeah. Hey, 5 years is better than nothing. But if I'm being completely honest, with all the weird and crazy shit that he did, and especially all the weird relationships that he's had and everything like that throughout basically the last 30 years, when it comes to, like child stars and people who are younger and stuff like that. 5 years seems like it's a little, he got off easy. But it's better than nothing. I mean, what do you guys think? I personally feel like people still got screwed in this, but at least there is some consolation prize, I guess might be the best way to put it. Me personally, I would have loved to have seen more, but maybe that's just me. Would have loved to have seen a lot more time being served, but again, there's only really so much they can prove. So how are you guys feeling about this with Diddy? And I only bring this up, by the way, because if I'm being honest, there's a lot more that I don't think we're ever going to know when it comes to Diddy. There's a lot more I really feel we're never going to know and we can never prove. And I was really, really hoping that this was going to be one of those things where they nail his ass to the wall and maybe it was something where, the only reason why maybe he did get time off from, say, like a maximum sentence or something like that is if he finally came clean about more than a few things. I mean, there's a lot of cases that are already over. I'm pretty sure, there's a lot of things that he was involved with that over the years he's swept under the rug, and there's a lot of really shady shit he's done with other people. Some people that he's done shady shit with or while they were there, we actually all really like. And that's kind of the sad thing, right? There have been tons of rumors about him and Jay-Z. There have been tons of rumors for years and years and years about his involvement when it comes to Tupac and Biggie, plus his I guess we could call it his nightmare of a relationship with Suge Knight and so on. And he's obviously Diddy's no angel. We know that. But I really feel like there's a lot of things we're never going to know. And now that he's in jail, and he's going to be for at least another 3 years, to me, it really feels like this is going to be one of those things where everybody goes, oh, yeah, no, he's in jail, and that's it. Right? And they're going to forget about everything. And obviously, we're never going to find out about, what really happened behind the scenes with Suge and Tupac and Biggie. We're never going to figure out why things were done in a certain way when he was dating Jennifer Lopez. We're never going to find out what was going on between him and Jay-Z. We're never going to find, there's so many different things that just because he's in jail now, once he gets back out, everybody's going, oh yeah, no, I fucking love Diddy. Right? I feel that's how it's going to go, and that's kind of sad. I feel like that's really, really, really sad. I really do feel like he's not being acquitted necessarily of anything, but I feel like in the public's eye, he's already going to be acquitted by the time he gets out of literally everything, and then nobody's going to bring this shit up ever again. Right? Like, the next time you see anything about this, it's probably going to be, from somebody on YouTube like 10 years from now or whatever, once again bringing up the Tupac and Biggie thing, or there's going to be maybe another convicted felon, or there's going to be, somebody who's on their deathbed or whatever saying, oh, well, Diddy did this and so on. But no, by that point, it's just going to be way too late anyway, and who's going to give a shit? It's something, at least, it's the best we're going to get, sadly. Yeah, I agree. But that's what's going on with Diddy. Again, I feel like he got off really, really light, and I feel like there's a lot of things we're never going to find out, but at least it's something. I'd say he should have gotten more, but like you said, there are things we just don't know and may not be able to prove just yet or ever. Well, and that's kind of the thing. So let me do this. There's another one that I almost brought up for this article, but didn't. Here we go. AP News. Yeah. So, Combs was sentenced under the Mann Act, which makes it illegal to transport someone across state lines for the purpose of prostitution or other illegal sex acts. Combs was convicted of counts involving 2 former girlfriends, the R&B singer Cassie, and a woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane. Right? Combs apologized to the judge for his disgusting, shameful behavior. Speaking after the hearing, he apologized and called his past behavior disgusting, shameful, and sick. The hip-hop mogul told the judge Friday that his domestic violence is a burden that he will have to carry for the rest of his life. Prosecutor Christy Slavic told the judge that sparing Combs serious prison time would excuse years of violence. Key witnesses in the trial also urged the judge to reject leniency for the hip-hop mogul, stating that they would fear for their safety if he were freed. Right? Now, the original charges were a hell of a lot worse. I mean, it wasn't just transporting someone over lines for prostitution. He was looking at, if I remember correctly, weapons trafficking, drug trafficking, sex trafficking. Like, I mean, he was... If, God forbid, he'd been convicted on any of those, and I say God forbid, but honestly, he should have. But, yeah, if he'd been convicted for those, he'd never see the light of day again. Sober, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I lost all faith in the justice system ages ago, so when I see at least a little bit of justice, I feel better. No, and I get that. I totally get that. And especially when it comes to the victims in this, I'm glad that they're getting something. I'm just sad that it's not enough. For sure. But, hey, you know what? He's in jail. He's going to be in jail for another 3 years, and then he's going to be supervised like a hawk for the next 5 after that. So it's something. It is something, that's for sure. Next up, Goodyear Police report I finally beat Hades. Run 26. Nice, dude. Next up, a little bit of good news. Hopefully they like it too. Keanu Reeves has a new draft for the Constantine 2 script, and he's going to take it to DC Studios. Keanu Reeves has issued an update on Constantine 2, revealing plans to deliver a fresh draft of the script to DC Studios for fans' hope approval. John Constantine is an occult detective and exorcist who appears in DC Comics. Off the back of his success with The Matrix, Reeves played the character for the 2005 live-action adaptation, which went on to become a cult hit. Over the 20 years since, fans have called for a sequel, with Reeves himself saying he'd love to make it happen. While promoting his new movie Good Fortune, the John Wick star told Fandango that a new draft of the Constantine 2 script had come in, and he planned to take it to DC Studios, adding, hopefully they like it too. Yeah, fingers crossed, Reeves said. You know, another draft of the script came in. We're waiting. We're going to take it to the studio. Hopefully they like it too. That's a short and sweet answer for the on-again, off-again Constantine 2, but it sounds a lot more promising than the state of things suggested by Peter Stormare, who played Lucifer in the original and is set to reprise his role in the sequel back in May. There's a lot of back and forth because I think Keanu is not so happy with the script. Stormare told the direct, because the first one wasn't that successful in the beginning. It became a sleeper and became a cult movie, and now it's one of the biggest cult movies ever. To do a sequel, the studios want to have, you know, cars flying in the air. They want to have people doing flip-flops and fighting action scenes. Stormare added that Reeves wasn't interested in making the next installment an action-heavy project. And I think Keanu says, I've done John Wick. This movie is spiritual, he said. It's about demons and regular people, and I wanted to keep it that way, and we talked about that. I want to do God coming down exactly the same way, but in a black suit and looking more or less like Lucifer from the first one. I'm 12 years older, so it's going to be hard to do. It's going to be hard to, you know, completely imitate the first movie, but I think from Keanu, he wants to do a sequel that's very close to the first one. More Keanu is always great, right? In February, Reeves himself confirmed he'd had a pitch meeting at DC Studios. We've been trying to make this film for over a decade, and we just recently put a story together and pitched it to DC, and they said, okay, Reeves told Inverse, so we're going to try and write a script. It's worth saying that there's no guarantee this new script will end up greenlit by DC Studios co-chiefs James Gunn, holy crap, and Peter Safran. Constantine 2 is not a confirmed project on the rebooted DCU, nor has it been mentioned by either Gunn or Safran as a possibility, so this one still feels on the edge. Still, Reeves did tease that if it does get made, Constantine 2 will be set in the same world as the original film. We're not going off that, he promised, before joking. John Constantine's going to be tortured even more. Reeves' comments follow those from producer Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, who said in 2024 that Constantine 2 had a script, but he was too scared to read it. Ah, yes, that famous celebrity, James Gunn. Yes, exactly. So, hey, there's some good news. I'd really like to see Constantine 2. I thought it was a great movie. I always really, really liked it. And especially because, let's be honest, the first Matrix was fantastic. I don't think you can get any better than the first Matrix when it comes to all the Matrix movies. But having said that, once you get to the second and third movies, Keanu kind of got a little weird for a while. And I think he did well in Constantine because he got a little weird, right? Like, you had everything before the Matrix. You know, you had Bill and Ted, right? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, and then you had the one with Patrick Swayze where Keanu Reeves is a cop and Patrick Swayze's the surfer. can't remember the name of it, but he did quite a few movies when he was younger. And that was kind of like his teen heartthrob days, right? And then he ended up with Speed, right? Where they really, really tried to make him an action hero because he was coming off of the teen heartthrob stuff. You had movies that he was in, such as Speed. Speed was a great movie. Everybody loved it. Everybody loves Keanu, and that's fine. And then he did Matrix, and Matrix was a little bit darker. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But then the next two movies got not necessarily darker, but just weirder. And then he did Constantine. And Constantine for him was really, really weird at the time because we knew him from all the previous stuff that I just mentioned. But it was weird and it was dark and it was gritty and it wasn't action oriented like The Matrix was and so on. And then he disappeared for a while. And then he came back with his then he came back and just fucking nailed it with John Wick. So now he's like, he's not only known for Neo in The Matrix, he's not only known for being Ted Theodore Logan in Bill and Ted, he's not only known for being John Constantine, now he's also John Wick. And it's like, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. And he's done some other roles too. He's definitely done some other roles too, which were all really, really good. So here's to more Keanu, I guess. This next one, and Johnny Silver, that's true. Wake the fuck up, samurai. I've got a city to burn. This next one, I didn't cover this yesterday. I also like Reeves because he's just the right level of woo. Like good woo, not bad woo like Tom Cruise. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's totally fair. This next one I didn't cover yesterday because I'm not exactly sure what they were trying to do with it. And apparently everybody took it and ran with it, and they're kind of pissed. Now, I don't know what the article is exactly trying to say, and I don't know what it is specifically that was said, but people are really pissed at this. So here we go. I'm getting bored of every PlayStation game telling the same story. I'm not sure what that means. It says, I'm a huge fan of PlayStation's first-party offerings. They've come to embody the sort of cinematic adventures I've always looked for when sitting down with a controller in my hand, feeling like genuine blockbuster events meant to be savored. But where in the past this brand of glossy storytelling felt like new ground being trodden, I can't help but feel that recently it's become the well-worn road. It's not just that all of PlayStation's major releases adhere to the now trademark third-person cinematic stylings. The stable of developers has become seemingly obsessed with stories that explore the exact same themes, grief and revenge, and I'm starting to get tired of it. As a rule, these games are all impeccably well made, but I'm starting to miss that era when PlayStation's range felt wider and things were a little more fun. Keanu is wee and not woo. Yes, Keanu is definitely wee and not woo. Agreed. The realization that so many PlayStation games have explored the same grim story themes struck me when playing. You don't understand what that means. Me neither. Oh, you mean the wee and not woo? That's a thing from Expedition 33. It's a thing from Claire Obscure. So there's a guy, a character in it, and he's like, "Do you ever feel like sometimes your heart goes wee, and other times it goes woo?" Also, Sophia, how you doing? I feel like Keanu would maybe hand me a crystal and say, hold on to this, samurai. It's good for your heart. And never mention it again. Yeah, he probably is. But that's okay. Oh, I see how it is. I say hi to Sophia, and I don't get it. I don't get a hi. Wow. You're alive, thankfully? Uh-oh, what happened? High capital of Bulgaria? Is the capital of Bulgaria Sofia? Read the first name on it. Oh, shh. I see now. Shush. I'm processing corn chowder. I'm sorry. Okay. The realization. Am I high? No. I had a wee bit of a food coma. So yeah. The realization that had so many PlayStation games have explored the same grim story theme struck me when playing through Sucker Punch's new Ghost of Yotei. While I thoroughly enjoyed it and admire its consistently exciting approach to combat and the genuine sense of discovery it creates through exploration, I couldn't help but feel I'd been told its story before. As Atsu, you're tasked with avenging the death of your parents in a blood-soaked journey across 17th century Japan as you hunt down each of the Yotei Six. Not only is this tale unfortunately close to the plot of Assassin's Creed Shadows, which I also played to completion earlier this year, but it's the same combination of fiery revenge arc crossed with meditations on what it is to grieve that has become something of a hallmark for PlayStation Studios in recent years. 2020's Last of Us 2 is an obvious trailblazer, with Ellie's dark descent into a rage-filled embodiment of revenge coming as a result of the death of her father figure, Joel. That, of course, was the sequel to the 2013 original that explored how Joel struggled to cope with the death of his own daughter. At the time, The Last of Us was seen as fueling a wave of sad dad games, including 2018's God of War, but in hindsight, these were the building blocks for PlayStation's preoccupation with grief. 2022's God of War Ragnarok is a story fueled by the loss of mothers and sons and the anger that comes with them. I don't know, I was pretty happy when fucking Atreus left. Insomniac's Spider-Man series follows both Peter Parker, Pussy, and Miles Morales as they attempt to overcome supervillain threats as well as wrestle with their demons stemming from dead parental figures. Okay, that's all well and fine, and I understand it, and point taken with the Spider-Man stuff, but that's quite literally what Spider-Man is about. So, yeah. Stop reading Spider-Man, jackass? 2020's Returnal is a looping sci-fi nightmare born out of the protagonist Celine's familial grief-related trauma. And then there's 2025's other big PlayStation exclusive, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which may not technically be a first-party game, but certainly is a verifiable feast of material and paternal anguish. That, honestly, I couldn't say. I'm assuming there's paternal anguish and stuff like that in it because of what we've seen in the trailer, but I don't know any more than that. My take on that is a mix of trying new things is cool, but also if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Fair. The cycle of violence is in very real danger of becoming a loop of diminishing returns. It says, don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of all the games listed above, each singular in its depictions of characters and each offering wildly different gameplay experiences. But when viewed as a whole, it's easy to hear that their stories are all being sung from the same hymn sheet. Familial grief is at the center of all these stories, and while I certainly feel that mature themes have a place in games, it is all starting to feel like I'm getting hit around the head with the same ideas at this point. The cycle of violence is in very real danger of becoming a loop of diminishing returns. Of course, it's true that not every PS5 game follows this pattern. Astrobot isn't an exploration of generational trauma in deep space, but you catch my drift. I think that's incidentally what I enjoyed so much about Team Asobi's ode to PlayStation of old, with its joy and color standing out from the otherwise morose crowd. It felt like a rarity, but it never used to be this way. Interesting. The PS3 gave us Naughty Dog's Uncharted era, which, although it eventually ventured into more melancholic territory in A Thief's End, firmly planted its flag in themes of adventure with a tone ripped from the pages of Pulp Fiction. I'll always have a soft spot for Insomniac's Resistance and its World War II sci-fi warfare mashup, as well as Little Big Planet, which all the way at the other end of the tonal spectrum celebrated creativity and community. Yes, these games all contained varying levels of character nuances, but were all fundamentally about different things: treasure hunting, alien invasions, and personal expression. They weren't all trying to serve the same story, and I can't help but feel that if a new Jak and Daxter were to come out today, it would be about Otzel's thirst for revenge against the killers of his blonde-haired friend. I sometimes get tired of moralizing about revenge, though. It's okay for revenge to just feel good. It's okay to have an irredeemable asshole villain and for him to die hard and the good guy to get the happy ending. That I absolutely agree with, 100%. And there's a reason why you have revenge stories that, even by today's standards, are still insanely iconic. Perfect example, Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, which, by the way, if I remember correctly, is coming out next year in theaters as a special 4-hour thing. So it's not like, you know, oh, okay, here's 2 hours of Kill Bill 1, here's 2 hours for Kill Bill 2 as separate things. It's all being released as one 4-hour movie. Right? That's kind of a huge deal. And Kill Bill has always been a massive success. I hope that future PlayStation exclusives can look to this more varied, interesting past for inspiration when it comes, even when choosing to tackle more serious subject matters. Team Ico's PS2 classic Shadow of the Colossus took on a mournful tone, but found something truly unique and poignant with it at a time when such ideas were far less common in games. It stands as a unique masterpiece to this day, telling its tale through vagaries and minimal cutscenes. A far cry from the trademark cinematic style we now expect of PlayStation games. What we didn't have back in the mid-2000s were 5 more PS2 releases that took its exact contemplations on love and loss and told the same story in a different wrapping. Every time you played something new from Sony Studios on the now 25-year-old console, it felt like a brand new experiment with a different story to tell, not just a variation on a theme. Yeah, okay, but there's a reason for that. There's a massive reason for that. And the reason why you have games that are incredibly popular now, like Ghost of Yotei, Last of Us 2 is still a big one, Death Stranding 2, just to name a few of the things he's talking about, or even over in Ubisoft's end, right? Because he listed Assassin's Creed Shadows and God of War and God of War, right? The reason why all of these are as popular as they are is because the story fucking works, right? This whole, like, oh, cinematic video games and this, they're all kind of the same. Fair enough. They are kind of the same thing to an extent. However, we've had cinematic games since the early 90s. The problem with cinematic games is that there's a lot of people out there who are very stupid. So if you don't give people something to really latch onto that is simple for them to grasp, then unfortunately most people don't care. There's a reason why Wing Commander hasn't been made since Wing Commander Prophecy, which was, I believe, in like 1996, 1997. There's a reason why, and it's because the thing that made Wing Commander so good died after the third game. Wing Commander 4 was okay, Wing Commander 5 was okay, but they were trying to tell different stories, and they were to a lesser degree successful at what they were trying to do. Mark Hamill was great, just like he is in literally everything that he does. He was great in those Wing Commander games. The problem isn't the acting. The problem is that unless you have a really, really simple premise that everybody can latch onto, people don't care anymore. And that they just go, well, it's taking too long to get to the point, and it's doing all this stuff, and this shit's really repetitive. And it's like, okay, but how many times do you go to fucking work? Every single day. Is that not repetitive? This writer is not really highlighting an issue with game storytelling. This is projection of his own listless ennui. He's bored. He's jaded. Yes, absolutely. I completely agree with you there. That brings me back to Ghost of Yotei, a game that is superior to its predecessor in almost every aspect, barring its central story. While I connect to Atsu more than I ever did Jin Sakai, she's a much warmer presence to spend a few dozen hours with. Ghost of Tsushima's narrative explores different, fresher ground. The story balances the personal struggles of Jin against the backdrop of an invasion of a nation, with themes of honor, betrayal, and belonging striking a chord and making it stand out when it arrived hot on the heels of The Last of Us 2 in 2020, before grief seemingly took a hold of every Sony storyteller. Okay, which is not to say there are problems with lack of imagination, but he's too tainted by his own grump to be objective. Yes, I agree. Perhaps PlayStation's interest in grief is a reflection of the state of the world, though. When viewed through the lens of when PS5 exclusives like Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 were being written, that melancholy is somewhat understandable. The COVID pandemic inarguably took hold of our planet in the years 2020 and 2021, and as such, themes surrounding unexpected loss and mass trauma would no doubt have been at the forefront of many minds. It will therefore be intriguing to see if this pattern will continue much further then, now that the world has somewhat settled back into what it looked like beforehand. I vehemently disagree with what he just said, but okay. Will the stories being told in projects that began production post-2022 mirror a different state of the planet, or continue to look inside ourselves at our darkest moments? These are, of course, all valid tales to tell, and I'm a huge proponent of art being reflections of those creating it, but I can't help but wish for a little more variety going forward. There's reason to be hopeful and skeptical considering what Sony has coming up next. Insomniac's Wolverine looks to be delivering on all of the gore and decapitation you'd hope to see, but will that mature rating be reflected in its themes? Logan is certainly a character consumed by a lust for revenge. Will that see us taking down a familiar path of burying past demons through ultraviolence? Or will we get an altogether different story that taps into a different part of his psyche? James Mangold's Logan already told us a tale that would have slotted nicely into PlayStation's Sad Dad canon, as X-23 tapped into the softer side of his adamantium body, so I think that's supposed to be X2. So I do hope we don't just get a rerun of that idea here. We're nowhere near like what it was in the before. Yeah, no, I agree. I vehemently disagree with what he said to that. There's no way anybody could go back. We also know that Saros is on its way from House Mark in March, and it certainly looked impressive in the most recent State of Play stream. As for Naughty Dog, the ground zero of this long-running era of grief, we know that the studio will be taking on a sci-fi realm with next with Intergalactic: The Heretic Project. Its first trailer was promising, delivering a more fun-filled tone than we'd ever dream of seeing from The Last of Us. Of course, we barely scratched the surface here, but it would be fantastic to see Naughty Dog rediscovering some of that Uncharted levity. I'm gonna say this, and I'm going to say it. This is my hot take. Fuck Uncharted. Seriously. Fuck it. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about Uncharted. I am insanely sick and tired of hearing about Uncharted. Everybody sits there and goes, oh, you like Tomb Raider? That means you're going to love Uncharted. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean I'm going to like Uncharted. You like Indiana Jones? You're going to love Uncharted. No, it doesn't. Liking Indiana Jones and liking Tomb Raider have absolutely nothing to do with liking Uncharted. I don't care about the characters. I don't care about the main character. I don't give a shit about the story. And because people keep bringing up Uncharted, I am less likely to give a fuck about anything that franchise does. Just that simple. I am even less inclined I'm sure it's fun. But the one thing that anybody could do to really turn me off, like really turn me off from something, is keep going, you gotta play this, you gotta play this, oh my god, it's so much fun, you have to play this game. It's like, shut the fuck up. Please. Shut up. The storm here is fritzing my connection. No. I understand the parallels that people are trying to bring, but I can tell you that if all anybody is going to be able to say is, well, I mean, you know, if you like Indiana Jones and you like Tomb Raider, then you're going to love Uncharted. First off, no, I don't like Indiana Jones. I grew up on Indiana Jones, okay? So fuck off. Two, the reason why I love Tomb Raider as much as I do is not only because here's the first female character with massive tits that also has to happen to be a badass, but it's more along the lines of it's because it's everything I like about indie. And at the time, because of technical limitations, they couldn't go and just they couldn't make it a full-blown Indiana Jones thing. So instead, they turned her into an action-based female Indiana Jones-like type character. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So she's similar enough in some aspects, but she is a completely different character. So if anybody's sitting there saying, oh my god, Uncharted's so good, you know, you're like, stop comparing everything to something else. And if that's all anybody's ever going to do, then guess what? I ain't playing it. I don't want to play Uncharted because I like Indiana Jones. If I want to play something like Indiana Jones, guess what I'm going to play? Indiana fucking Jones. Why would I go to another franchise to play a franchise? That doesn't make any sense. Makes zero sense whatsoever. I don't want PlayStation to sit there and go, oh, well, here's a new Relic Hunter, and she's badass, and she's sassy, and this. No. If you're going to sit there and make a fucking Tomb Raider game that isn't a Tomb Raider game, then just get up off your ass, buy the IP, and make another fucking Tomb Raider game. That's it. Don't try and shift me over to another IP because it's like Tomb Raider. If it's like Tomb Raider, I don't care. I like Tomb Raider. Not kinda Tomb Raider. You know what I mean? Both of these upcoming PS5 games, incidentally, are stories about people investigating lost off-world colonies. I hope for my sake that they find wildly different stories to tell on each of them rather than discover reminders of the grief they've left behind. I feel like, honestly, I can understand maybe why people are a little pissed, but at the same time, I think you hit the nail on the head, Sober. I think it's that this person is jaded, severely jaded. And I kind of feel like that's the problem. I mean, what do the rest of you feel when it comes to this? I can't really agree. I understand what they're saying, but I can't agree with this. Being frank, I feel like this writer has been through a breakup or something and doesn't want anything sad too. I could see that. Or maybe there's some loss. Doesn't necessarily need to be a breakup, but some loss just kind of in general. But there's definite projection. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. There's definite projection. Now, as somebody who has been playing video games since they were like 3, I'm not even kidding. There were 2 things that I liked to do when I was really, 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 really little. Play video games. Sorry, 3 things. Play video games, watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, and watch Top Gun. That's it. I was always doing one of those three, especially in my really, really, really early years. And it didn't matter what games they were. I was always playing something, right? I've also been around long enough to know why certain things haven't come back. And the reason why certain things haven't come back. Now, is there an issue with lack of imagination in the narrative of games circa 19 to 2025? Yes, but that's a publisher want money, check out more COD issue. That's true. But here's the other thing, right? And yes, it's the same article, Spectre. Here's the other thing to remember. The reason why we don't see a lot of those games from the PS2 and halfway through, say, like the PS3 era anymore is because some of those companies are gone or have been bought out and merged in with another company. So good luck trying to find anybody who's actually still there. Good luck trying to find the company is another big one. Most of the time, you are also dealing with a more isolated thing. So when you're playing, when the PlayStation 2 was a big thing back in the day, nobody gave a shit about what the Xbox was doing. Nobody cared. There were Xbox fans, yes. But generally speaking, the PlayStation 2 was and continued to be king. So when it came to anything that Xbox was doing, nobody cared. All they cared about is what's the next PlayStation title, right? Sony had literally they could pick anything and everything that they wanted to do, and it didn't matter how adventurous or how brave or how unadventurous or how lacking emotion or whatever it was. Anything and everything that they touched for a very long period of time was gold. You could not stop it. Even the really, really weird games that would come out. There's one, and I can't remember what it was called, but you played as a character who essentially dies at the beginning of the game, and you have exactly 2 weeks given to you by essentially God to go back in time before your murder and explore between two time periods that for whatever reason are interlinked with each other, even though they're separated by at least a few hundred years. Really, really weird premise, but good and fun game. But you don't see stuff like that nowadays because that's not the shit that pays the bills. That's the artsy-fartsy stuff that you get to do once you made it to the top. And guess what? Unfortunately, there's no clear-cut answer as to who's on top anymore. Microsoft or Sony. There's no way to tell. They still got to duke it out. Why? Because PlayStation has absolutely dominated fucking Xbox, and that's all well and fine, but I guarantee there are still a fuck ton more people who are playing Xbox games because of Game Pass. So there's no clear-cut winner. Not to mention you had the Xbox Series X and S and the PS5 launched during a time where we had COVID, so we didn't have any other shit being made. We also had a silicone shortage, so even if they wanted to make it and could get back to work, guess what wasn't being made? They both came out at probably one of the worst times for anything in innovation. And then we had to wait the better part of 2 years for either console to really actually start getting anything that really mattered enough to make people buy what was there. Right? They still got to make their fucking money. They still got to pay the bills. You know what I mean? So, of course, they're going to go with stuff that works. If a revenge story is going to work, then a revenge story is going to work. Now, I would also greatly hesitate to sit there and call God of War, or as we've lovingly called the last two games, Dad of Boy. It's not a tale about revenge. That's the point. It's not a tale about revenge. It's a tale about, and he's not even a sad dad. That's the whole thing. He's not even a sad dad. He's a character that has done a lot of things and has had everything taken from him every time he turns around, but he's constantly going because he's got a son now. Right? He's not being sad dad. He's literally just being him from 20 years ago. But through these last two games, he's realized that he's had to change because of the rift that he and Atreus had between them that just grew bigger and bigger and bigger. And he doesn't remember when he was that young. And it's also not him that he has to deal with being part of his son. He also has to deal with the fact that his wife, or his deceased wife, is also in there as well. So, yes, he's constantly reminded of the loss of her, but he's also trying to keep what little he has. That's not sad dad. I wouldn't call that sad dad whatsoever. And I don't think it is a revenge tale. I absolutely don't think it's a revenge tale. If anything, it's a tale of growth, because all Kratos has ever known since the very first God of War was vengeance and anger and revenge and everything else. And he saw those things manifesting in Atreus. And as his father and as a man who is trying to raise his son on his own and is afraid that his son is going to follow in his footsteps, he's doing everything he can to not only grow as a person, to prove to Atreus that vengeance is not the answer, but also to close that rift and show him that there are other ways. That's the story. There's your story. That's not a revenge tale. Not at all. And the reason why Ghost of Yote is a revenge tale is because that's what most fucking samurai films were. Back in the day, they were revenge tales. Some samurai is really, really butthurt, understandably, because their lord was killed. And now this samurai is a ronin. He can't get work. He can't go anywhere. He can't do anything without being disgraced or without being shunned because he's a samurai without a lord. And then that samurai, that former samurai, takes it upon themselves to get vengeance for his lord's death and this, that, and the other thing. And it was very cinematic, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a reason why that story works as well today as it did in the 1960s. And it's because it's an easy concept to grasp, but you can also branch off into so many other things off of such a simple premise. There's a bit more to it, though, not much, but a bit. What's the bit more? And I'm not like calling you out or anything like that. And I know I'm generalizing. So, I mean, if you want to expand, please do. Right? But revenge tales are absolutely a very simple premise that you can branch off into other things from. That's why revenge tales work as well as they do. I'm thinking of getting Ghost of Tsushima on PC. Is it worth it? Absolutely it is. 100%. I do feel there's a lot of unnecessary criticism for simple, straightforward narratives nowadays. Sometimes things just need to explode and blood to splatter. That I completely agree with. 100%. There was, I think it was last year or the year before, There was a TV show that Spoiled wanted me to see. There was an anime. It's called Blue-Eyed Samurai. It was fantastic. Not necessarily just because it was anime, but because it brought you back to that old style, the old style samurai films, the old style Akira Kurosawa films. Right? It was amazing. Blue-Eyed Samurai was so good. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Thought it was fantastic. Is it a simple premise? Yeah. On paper, it's absolutely a simple premise. But it doesn't have to just keep being a simple premise, and that's the beauty of revenge tales. And I don't mind if blood splatters. I really don't. I don't mind if blood splatters at all. I mind that the story makes sense and that the story is good. And I know that good is a subjective term, but still. Also, having read Spoiled's D&D world in detail, she knows a good complex storyline and when you don't need one. Well, that's good. I've never seen it. So, I mean, that's awesome, though. Good for her. I've never seen it. I've never read it, but that sounds awesome. But yeah, I mean, you don't need something to be insanely complicated to be good. You don't. Hideo Kojima is really, really good at making things complicated, but also making them really good. But just because Hideo Kojima does that doesn't mean everybody else has to do that. And in fact, I would highly suggest most people don't do that because they're not Hideo Kojima, and B, and more importantly, they also don't have the people that Hideo Kojima does to give those complex thoughts and feelings and emotions and everything else the same depth that Hideo Kojima and his team do. So just because something's not complicated doesn't mean it's not good. But maybe that's just me. Right? So the original Star Wars trilogy works as well as it does because it is a simple premise. It is a very simple premise. People can latch on to it. It makes total sense. Some of the best video games, some of the best movies, some of the best TV shows ever have been predominantly pretty simple premises. My own novel is very complicated superficially, but the central theme is damaged man, stop evil, conspiracy. I didn't need to make it excessively complex. No, not at all. Not at all. And you don't need to either. You should never feel like you have to. Right? I mean, let's think about it this way, right? Everybody knows who the X-Men are, even if they don't read comic books. Everybody knows who Batman is, even if they don't read comic books. Everybody knows who Superman is, even if they don't read comic books. Everybody knows who the Incredible Hulk is. Everybody knows who Thor is. Everybody knows who Iron Man is, even if they don't read comic books. Everybody knows who Spider-Man is, even if they don't read comic books. And they don't even have to know any of the movies, because all of these characters work so well with what they're trying to do, which is simple backstory and a simple premise. Why does Batman do what he does? Because his parents were killed in front of him and nobody was there to help. So what does he do now? He makes sure he's there to help those where he wasn't helped. That's Batman in a nutshell. That's pretty simple. Right? It's pretty fucking simple. Who is Superman? Superman is the last child of a planet called Krypton that exploded. Lost his family, but gained a new family here on Earth who treated him like a person and not like a thing. So what does he do? He tries to give back to the people that he fell in love with since he was a kid, because of the kindness that he was shown. And he does so with that same kindness. That's Superman in a nutshell. I don't think you need to delve all that much further into it. You know what I mean? Like, who's Peter Parker? Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and Spider-Man gains powers accidentally while unfortunately having to simultaneously deal with the loss of his uncle, whom he looked at like a father. And his uncle told him, with great power comes great responsibility. So what does he do? He tries to help people as he can because he has this power, but he's trying to treat it responsibly. Those are pretty simple premises. I don't see the problem. I understand that maybe this person, who the hell wrote this anyway? Simon Cardy. I understand that Simon Cardy might be jaded about a bunch of different things, but again, there are many, 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 many reasons why you get the same stories all the time, and why you don't get things like Shadow of the Colossus anymore, or why you don't get that weird game, and I can't remember the name of it, right? Why you don't get certain stories like you did with the PlayStation 2 or even the early PlayStation 3 anymore, and it's because those are all the artsy-fartsy things that you get to do when you're on top of the world and you don't have to worry about money. But unfortunately, none of those things make much compared to a new Spider-Man, or a new Wolverine, or a new Ghost of, or a new Death Stranding, or like any of these things that deal with premises that, especially after COVID, and especially with the way things are now, a lot of us can relate to. And that's the important thing. Can we relate to it? On a fundamental level, can we relate to it? If the answer is no, then chances are I ain't going to be making a whole lot of fucking money right now. Question is fantastic. I think it's still Renee Montoya. I want to have less Batman, make more side characters like The Question, That Guy Fights Conspiracies also just came in. No worries, Bloop. How you doing, buddy? Now there's indies for artsy-fartsy pretentiousness. Yeah, but there's a difference. The difference is that a lot of the companies that are now making these smash hits started out in the PS2 era. So you have all these fans going, well, why don't you bring back this? Or why don't you bring back that? Because I loved it, and that's all well and fine. But unfortunately, that ain't how the world works. It just isn't. They got their shot. They were successful. Good for them. But it is a miracle that movies are made. It is a miracle that video games are made, right? So when you're looking at the current climate of video games, and you say, well, we've got a new Ghost of game. We got Ghost of Yotei. We know we want to work on that. We know that Ghost of Tsushima made a shit ton for us, and we loved doing it, and it was absolutely a labor of love. And we loved everything about it, and the fans loved everything about it. Should we do Ghost of Yotei, or should we come up with a new IP and kind of pray and hope and see where it goes and piss away, $100 million? Which one are they going to go with? Because you got to remember, these fuckers were out of work, generally speaking, for 2 years with COVID. People got to get back to work, right? Unfortunately, the bills didn't stop coming. That's just how it is. If shit doesn't work financially, it's not going to come out. A lot of the time, that's how it works. Now, maybe now that Ghost of Yotei is out, and after they fix the bugs and stuff like that, because I heard it was a little buggy, maybe Sucker Punch is going to step back from the Ghost of series and come up with something else for a little bit. I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all, but they still had a story that they wanted to tell in this world and in this universe. How is that a bad thing? Not to mention some of the, especially if you're going to be doing anything like a video game that is supposed to be a love letter to samurai films, you're going to want to stick to the kind of stories that are told in samurai films. That's just what you're gonna want to see. Did you see the news about the Unity issue? No, I didn't see that at all. Do you have a link? Brightburn 2 isn't coming because the rights holders don't want a movie that tanks. Exactly. I'll use Wing Commander again. Wing Commander, since Wing Commander 2, has always been a cinematic video game. But the reason why EA hasn't done anything with Wing Commander as a franchise in particular is because there's no real narrative unless they want to reboot it. And one of the biggest problems that a lot of people had with those games, much as I loved them because they were hard sci-fi, but one of the biggest problems people had with those games, and I hear it, God knows how long, I heard it for God knows how long, and from God knows how many different people is, well, there was so much going on and nothing made sense and it took too long to get to the point. Okay, well, if that's the general consensus and I'm in the minority, then guess what I'm not getting? A new Wing Commander game. Makes sense, right? EA still got to pay the bills. Like, I don't care whether they're privately owned. I don't care whether they're a public company. They still got bills they got to pay. Which means they're going to go for their heavy-hitting IPs. They're going to go for EA Sports games. They're going to go for Battlefield. They're going to go for all of these things that they know, if they do them right, they're going to make $1 gazillion. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to give a shit about a game series that ended in, like, 1997 because people like me sometimes get nostalgic and really, really liked that the main character was Mark Hamill because I grew up with Luke Skywalker, right? They're not going to go back to that because of just me or just a handful of people when they don't have a script, when it's too much of a risk and nothing's really been done with it since Interplay. You know what I mean? Like, why take that risk? Don't even really got to do it right. No, you don't. If you hit on something and you know it's going to be a big deal, you have to get about halfway there, and it'll probably be a success. So, Aylin, what was the news about Unity? If you have the link, I'll take it. So yeah, I don't understand what he's saying. I don't understand where this is coming from, other than the fact that I think you're right. I think the guy feels jaded. Maybe it's because of a personal loss, but it definitely does feel like projection. So I can understand why people are a little pissy. But I think there's a lot of people who are also simplifying things way, way, way too much. For sure. What do you guys think before we move on to the Unity thing? And then after that, we'll get into more attorney stuff. Is there any more you guys want to add to this? Not sure? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Next up. Unity has found a security vulnerability that has sat dormant for almost a decade. Take immediate action to protect your games and apps. Though Unity claims there's no evidence of impact on users and customers. Okay. Well, I think there's a climate of being afraid to try new themes and stories. Oh, absolutely there is. 100% there is absolutely that going on. I wholeheartedly agree. Yes. Any games or applications using Unity will need to be patched, the game engine company says following the discovery of a new vulnerability. Unity is urging users to update their software as a new security vulnerability has been spotted in Unity versions 2017.1 and later. It's present across versions for Android, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS operating systems. Discovered back on June 4th of this year and patched on October 2nd, this vulnerability meant that users were susceptible to an unsafe file loading and local file inclusion attack depending on the operating system. This means someone could enable local code execution or grab information at the privilege level of the vulnerable application. Was given a high severity score by Unity and a CVSS score of 8.4, with 10 being the most severe. This vulnerability is quite significant. Unity does clarify that there is no evidence of any exploitation of the vulnerability, nor has there been any impact on users or customers. Games or applications released using version 2017.1 or later may contain this vulnerability, and creators are encouraged to download the patched update of Unity via the hub or the download archive. As the name implies, this version launched all the way back in 2017, so this exploit has been around for about 8 years. If you have developed a game or app using 2017.1 onwards, Unity strongly recommends you recompile and republish your application. If your app is on Android, its built-in malware scanning and security features will pick up on affected software, and Windows Microsoft Defender has also been updated to detect and block the vulnerability. Valve is also adding additional protections against the vulnerability. If you would prefer not to rebuild projects, Unity has published a tool that patches applications on Android, Windows, and Mac OS. However, this tool does not work on builds with tamper-proofing or anti-cheat measures, and it doesn't work with Linux either. Linux still has a high severity on the affected platforms table on Unity's website, but Unity clarifies due to the lower risk profile, Unity has not released a Linux version of the application patcher. If desired, particularly in environments with strict access control policies, rebuild your Linux application with a patched Unity editor to remove the vulnerable code paths. Unity also clarifies the fix is likely to break most games, which sounds less reassuring than might have been intended. Developers using Unity are being encouraged to inform users to keep devices and applications up to date, as those working off old versions could be vulnerable. It's just good form to make sure software is up to date, but it will be particularly important for Unity software going forward. Just when I was about to get Sons of the Forest. Might hold off a little bit more. Like Avowed and others. Avowed was Avowed built on Unity? Really? No, it's Unreal. Unreal, which, okay, I mean, oof, but it's either engine that dies on you all the time or engine that has the possibility of screwing you. So 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Take your pick. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Playing through Avowed, guess I better update it. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have that stuff anyway, for sure. Always good. Some parts were built on Unity, so they need updates for Avowed. Well, fair. That's fair. Yeah, here's my thing, okay? Is this a serious thing? Yes. Is Unity doing everything that they have to ensure that people are safe? Yes. If the developers want to be responsible, should they make sure that they have the patched version? Yes. However, is this also a title that is clickbaity and tries to scare consumers, yes. Because we don't have to do anything. Other than just making sure our drivers are up to date, we as the consumer don't have to do shit. My country sold Boldness lamb chops. Nice. My game dev friend is probably going to be working a lot this week. I'd imagine his game just released, and I'm pretty sure it's Unity. Fair. Problem with UE5 and 3 and 4 is anybody can use it. This cuts both ways. No, I completely agree. Absolutely. It amazes me that even today, this, is it concerning a little bit? Sure, absolutely. But the fact that it took Unity this long to find it also means that chances are nobody else found it. And even if they did, they weren't really sure what to do with it at the time. Or they figured it wasn't worth their time anyway. So Unity patched it. Okay, great. Now they're telling all the other developers that use Unity, hey, dickhead, update your shit. There's a big reason. You know what I mean? I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean meatless. Oh, meatless lamb chops. Ooh, that's interesting. It's a non-issue for AAA products? No, I mean, I could see it being an issue for AAA products for sure. I could totally see it being an issue. I think this is more for people on like itch.io, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. But you know, I mean, it's just one of those deals where I understand where they're coming from, and I do agree that it was a serious thing, but it wasn't anybody's fault either. It's not like somebody maliciously went in and did anything to make Unity this way. But they're fixing it. They're working on it. It has been patched. That's great. Now everybody else has to do their part. That's where I put my games. What games? Just so long as nobody can access my exhaustive archive of sexy walrus cosplay, I don't want anyone to know about that. It's all, aw, shit. Well, oops. This is, I'm going to be honest, this is the type of clickbait bullshit, and I just mean the title. I'm not talking about the actual, like, story itself. But this is kind of one of those things where the clickbait bullshit title scares people needlessly, right? So, is it good that they're doing what they're doing? Yes, absolutely, it's a good thing. Having said that, this is also an article that when it was linked to me, I went, oh shit, I immediately looked at this and went, what fucking games do I have right now installed that are running Unity? Come to find out, I don't have to do anything. But it made me worry for a minute. Or free-to-play indies that want to inject code, like the guy who had cancer, got his medicine fund stolen. Yeah, that's true. But again, that game was literally made to do that. I can't remember the name of the game, but I know exactly which one you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, I get it, but this is the stuff that makes people needlessly afraid. We get these a lot here in Europe lately. What with war in Russia, every day is like, Russia will nuke London, and it'll be one drunk imbecile talking smack on a Moscow newspaper. Yeah. It makes people needlessly afraid. and of course they're going to click on it. I did, right? Yeah. And again, PC gamer, they got to pay the bills. They got to get something to get people's attention, but Jesus, come on, guys. You know, like, come on. Why? Then I got reminded I pulled both games I made from itch.io, so I don't have to worry. Well, there you go. That's probably why, because I said it, because what I said was probably happened recently to this article and is writing off that. That's entirely possible. I like to offset the doom scroll by looking up weird articles about frogs. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Okay, so we got some plans. And this is before we go back into Ace Attorney, just giving you guys a heads up. Today is October 3rd. Next Friday is Battlefield Day. I'm absolutely going to be playing the shit out of Battlefield 6. Chances are I'm going to be spending Friday and Saturday playing the single player for it. I don't know how long it is, but I'm assuming it's probably going to be anywhere between, say, like 8 to 10 hours long. I don't expect it to be the best. Is that a beta or full release? It's full release on the 10th. So I'm going to be playing the single player. I don't expect it to be the best, but it's a Battlefield single player, so I don't ever expect it to be the best single player. It's there to get you used to everything you need to be used to for multiplayer, and that's okay. I still want to play it, right? Chances are that whole next week, not this one coming up, but that whole next week, so starting the 13th, I'm probably going to be doing a lot of Battlefield. Starting on the 18th, it's going to be spoopy time. So here's what I'm looking at. I am looking at Chronos, Silent Hill F, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, and with this info here, I'm going to have to look a little bit more careful, but at least one night for an itch.io indie creature feature. So we're looking at about 70 hours worth of stuff going on from the 18th through the 31st. Now, even if, say, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 takes 30 hours and for whatever reason, or it should take 30 hours and for whatever reason it goes over, that's okay. I'm not worried about that. But basically from the 18th to the 31st, barring obviously my 2 days off, the 19th and the 26th, that's the stuff that we're going to be doing. When do I leave for San Diego? Oh, that's a good question. So yeah. So we're going to be doing more Ace Attorney tonight. Probably tomorrow as well. You know, see what else is out there maybe on Monday just to kind of take a break. And hey, I love Ace Attorney, but I will tell you that everybody's going to get really, 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 really fucking sick and tired if I do nothing but play all three Ace Attorney games back to back to back. Right? That's just going to be a little boring. So break it up a little bit, right? We got a week. We'll do Ace Attorney, maybe something else, and then Battlefield for about a week, and then it's all spoopy stuff till through the end of October. October 16th is the date you leave. Okay, fair enough. You also give me a chance to catch up on my own. See, there you go. So yeah, that's what we are looking at. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. That is, I don't know how horrific it's going to be, but it is definitely a Halloween-esque, or it is definitely a Halloween game for sure. I don't know, like, the types of horrors that it's going to dip into. I don't know which way they took the IP. Vampire's always been more of a personal horror game, or personal horror. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's been in the personal horror niche versus it being something like insanely atmospheric, even though it is, or psychological. It's not one of those. So it may not necessarily be incredibly scary, but it definitely fits the theme because Halloween. Whereas, from what I understand, Chronos the New Dawn is insanely atmospheric, and Silent Hill F is insanely psychological. So, yeah, we're kind of running the gamut this year, right? We're getting psychological, we're getting atmospheric, we're getting personal horror, and then on top of that, with the creature feature stuff, we're getting whatever it is that looks good, regardless of what it is. So there you go. Looking forward to this coming Tuesday. Alan Wake 2 releases on Plus. Oh, yeah. Alan Wake 2 you'll have fun with. Hell yeah. You know what? I would kind of love you playing through XCOM. Maybe. We'll see. So here's one of the things that I look at when I look at games for streaming. Because this is a really, really tough thing. And I know some people have talked about it before, but they usually leave it very, very simple. So I'll break it down a little bit. There is a game that I'm really, really interested in. And the game is called X4. And if anybody has ever played the X series, you'll know that it's very big on spaceships. It's a massive sandbox, sci-fi spaceship thing. And that's great. Problem is, I would never play it on stream. And I would never play it on stream because it's so fucking slow. It is insanely slow. It is painfully slow. I don't want people to get bored. Right? So what I have to do is I got to take a look at different stuff, see exactly what people like about it, what people don't, and I have to make a decision. Is this something that is going to be painfully slow? If it is, chances are I won't. Not on stream anyway. If it isn't, then yeah, I'll give it a shot. Why not? Fuck it. Pulled up a menu and I can definitely see what you mean. Oh yeah. Yeah, X4 is really slow. It's really, really, really slow. It's like, yeah. Imagine sitting in a dentist chair, right? And them doing a root canal, but the drill takes 2.5 months to finally get the full cavity out. That kind of painfully slow. Right? So I gotta take that stuff into account. Because I want you guys to have fun with it. That's why I like the Ace Attorney series. Because again, I get to make stupid voices. You know, you guys get to help out in terms of, oh, okay, well, here's the decisions and stuff. I get to bounce ideas off of you. Silent Hill F, I know, is going to be fun because it's a new kind of Silent Hill experience for all of us. And it could be brand new to even some of us. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. We're all excited to see where that goes. Chronos the New Dawn. We all want to see how Chronos the New Dawn pans out. Stuff like that. Have you considered going back to games such as Stardew and Helldivers 2? Do you see yourself playing BF6 long-term? BF6 long-term, yes. Stardew, if I remember correctly, I think as of right now, they're done patching Stardew for the moment. which is fine. But I like playing Stardew when A, we can get a bunch of people together to do it, and B, when we really need a break from ass kicking. Right? And there's kind of nothing else, and just Stardew is a really good cozy game. You know what I mean? Like, I love Stardew. It's a really nice, cozy game. There's nothing wrong with it. But it's not like I could just sit here and play Stardew for 6 months. You know what I mean? I like cozy games, so maybe towards the end of the year. I don't know. Helldivers 2? Yeah, I can go back to Helldivers 2 at some point, sure. I don't dislike Helldivers, but, after a while, you play Helldivers for a little bit, wait for things to change up quite a bit, and then you come back later. Same thing, by the way, with Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is really, really good. Love Space Marine 2. There's a lot of things that have come out for it as well, which is awesome. But, after a while, you get sick and tired of hitting the same buttons over and over and over to do the same thing over and over and over. So you take a break. You know what I mean? So who knows? It depends on what's coming. We still have all of this month. We still have all of November. And then we also have December. December, let's not forget, December has unexpectedly become a really important time for video games, because typically within the first 2 weeks of December is when the Game Awards are. So that's when you get all the announcements about, hey, look at this trailer for this really awesome AAA game that we're getting, which, oh yeah, by the way, launched 5 minutes ago. Right? Or, oh, hey, look, here's an announcement that Death Stranding 2 is coming out in March of next year to PC, right? Stuff like that. It's a very important time. So we don't know what's coming up in December. So realistically, if I'm going to be planning anything, whether it be Stardew or whether it be XCOM or whether it be going back to Helldivers for a little bit, November would definitely be the time to do it, because December's up in the air with what we may or may not get. We don't know. So, but the good news is, again, got Battlefield 6, going to be doing that on and off. Definitely. Battlefield 6, I absolutely want to play long term. And I do plan on, teaming back up with Tilted, and I don't know if Flick's going to get it, but if Flick got it, I would absolutely play with Flick in a heartbeat. And I'm sure that there are other people, for sure, who are going to want to play BF6 and stuff like that as well. So there's a lot of room for BF6. Lot of room. Plus, let's face it, it's really, really fun just to have a game that is war the game, and you don't have to worry about any of the political shit. It's literally just you're on one team, they're on the other team, just kill each other. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I love about Hell Let Loose. I'm not talking about all the historical stuff. I'm not talking about all the horrors that the Nazis used to do. I'm not talking about any of the political stuff. Sometimes you just need to shoot a Nazi in the fucking head. And guess what you can do in Hell Let Loose? You know what I mean? It's just one of those games. That's the best way to put it. Sometimes you just need to blow someone away. So, those are the perfect games to do it. Hell, even Stalker 2, right? Stalker 2 is one of those, oh, hey, sometimes you just really feel like you need to be punished a lot. So you play Stalker or you play Stalker 2, and there is nothing wrong with that. I love that game. Smell Wet Moose is my favorite. Smell Wet Moose. Oh, God. Or, here's another one. I can't wait for Hell Let Loose Vietnam. That's going to be insane, right? That's going to be absolutely insane. Think about it. Now, all of a sudden, it's no longer, you know, gritty and gray World War II in Europe. Now, holy shit, you're flying helicopters. You're on, you're on the riverboats. You're doing all of this shit. And CCR is playing in the background. Acid Rock is playing in the background. You're doing all of that shit. Right? I mean, regardless of everything that happened during the Vietnam conflict, that's not the point of the game. The point of the game is to be immersed in something like that, and you're on both sides. You know, you're back and forth on either side, and it harkens back to a time that, as difficult as it was for a lot of people, and I'm sure that they took their sweet time to make sure that it was as accurate as it can be, there is also somewhat of a romanticism with it, too. There is. So, there's your CCR, there's your Jimi Hendrix, there's your Cream, you know, there's your Bob Dylan, you know, and here you are, and you're playing shit like that while literally on a 50 caliber machine gun on the front of a PT riverboat, just mowing down the fucking jungle. You know what I mean? While you watch literally AH-6 Sky Raiders just coming in on the deck and dropping fucking loads and loads of napalm. Right? Or F-4 Phantoms doing the same thing with missile barrages. There is a romanticism for that. My man saw Jimi Hendrix live in a Tin Pot Club in Bedfordshire before he got super big. Mega jealous? That is huge. That's awesome. Right? There's a reason why, by the way, and I'll bring this up, and this is one of the reasons why really, really, really feel like it's an affront because they haven't included this in any way, and this is one of my favorite songs. Hell yeah. I mean, it's the Man in Black. How could you not love him? You know what I mean? But here's one that I can absolutely tell you we're going to hear when it comes time for Hell Let Loose Vietnam. Absolutely, we're going to hear this. Guaranteed. You have to play this song for a Vietnam game. Fortunate Son, it's been played in every single Vietnam movie since before the war ended. Oh, God, yeah, it has. 100% it has. But you know people are going to play it. You absolutely know people are going to play it. Hang on one second. Here, there's another one. Okay, here we go. This is another one. This is kind of more like post-Vietnam. But guaranteed you're going to hear this one too. Because it gives you the Predator vibe in the helicopter. You're gonna hear a lot of that, right? What are a couple more? Let me see. Oh, God. Here's another one. Here's another one that I guarantee you're going to hear. Hang on. Try that again. You're going to hear a lot of this too. Pushing all my musical buttons. So what was the original purpose for the Masters of War I just got here? It's an anti-Vietnam, anti-war song, and one of the biggest reasons why they used it in Battlefield 6 was because there's a romanticism with the Vietnam War era. So you have music like Martha and the Vandellas. You have songs by people like Johnny Cash. You have songs by people like Bob Dylan or Creedence Clearwater Revival or Little Richard and so on that talk about a lot of different things, but the one thing that a lot of these songs all have in common is that they are anti-war. And meanwhile, you've got 75,000 troops who are combing the jungle, napalming the shit out of it, flying around in helicopters with, fucking Vulcans with miniguns hanging off the side of it, just mowing things down like it's a goddamn lawnmower. You've got Sky Raiders, you've got F-4 Phantoms, and they're coming in and they're dropping bombs and firing missiles and throwing napalm all over the place. You got guys in the jungle with flamethrowers. You got all this shit going on, and it's this romanticism of two dialectically opposed opposites that are coming together and clashing because the rest of the world doesn't want this to happen, and most of the people here in the U.S. don't want it to happen, but it is happening, right? Regardless of what people want, regardless of what people say, it's a time of upheaval, and that whole era means a lot to everybody because so many things happened all at the same time. You had, starting with the assassination of JFK, then you had the assassination of RFK, and you had the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., then you also had the civil rights movement, you also had the women's rights movement, you also had the Vietnam War going on, you also had a lot of soldiers who were draft dodging, you had a lot of soldiers who were in country in Vietnam, seeing and experiencing all the horrors that they had to do and all the horrors that they ended up seeing because of the horrors that others had to do and so on. There were a lot of things going on in like an 11-year span where everything was up in the air. Not to mention all the people who were killed during the civil rights movement. Yeah, all the people who were killed during the civil rights movement. We almost had a second civil war back in the day. During the 60s because of the civil rights movement, right? The South didn't want a lot of people who were black to be treated as citizens, and because of the history, right? And even back then, they were only considered, I think it was, like 1/10 of a person, essentially. They were only considered like 1/10 of a person. So there was a lot of upheaval everywhere in the U.S., whether it be you had people on both sides of the political spectrum who were very sad that JFK was assassinated, but then you also had other people on both sides of the spectrum that were happy that he was assassinated, especially after everything that happened with the Bay of Pigs. You have RFK being assassinated, and everybody being really sad about that because it was the day Camelot died, for good, right? It started to crumble when JFK was killed. Now it's gone. You still have all the civil rights stuff. You have Martin Luther King Jr. being assassinated. You have the Million Man March. You have women's suffrage. You have like all of this other stuff that's going on. Meanwhile, there's a war. And it's not just a proxy thing where there may be, say, country A fighting country B, and on the surface it doesn't look like it has anything to do with the US and the Soviet Union, but on the back end you might have advisors or whatever. The Vietnam War was quite literally the closest, aside from the Cuban Missile Crisis, that we ever came to a full blown out war with the Soviet Union, and nobody wanted it, but it happened anyway. So there's a lot of things, right? And it's Masters of War is very, very thematic of the time, and very, very thematic to, at least from what we've seen, to what possibly the story is when it comes to Battlefield 6, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing either. Right? May mean different things here and there because it's 2025 leading into 2026, and times have changed, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the general overall premise is the same, for sure. It's absolutely the same, right? So it's a bunch of people who are standing up against the system saying, why don't you fucking do it? So, yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why the Vietnam era is as powerful as it is. And why a lot of those songs still work today. And why a lot of Vietnam movies work as well as they do. Right? I don't care whether it's Full Metal Jacket. I don't care if it's Platoon. I don't care if it's We Were Soldiers. I don't care if it's Good Morning Vietnam. It doesn't really matter. Apocalypse Now still works really, really well. There's a ton. The Killing Fields is another one. And again, it didn't happen in Vietnam, but it was the same era because of where we were in the world at that time. Thin Red Line was World War II. Yeah. Yeah, Thin Red Line was World War II. I'm talking about Vietnam. So yeah, there's still a lot of anti-war sentiment and stuff like that. But that's why the songs work as well as they do, and that's why they're as timeless as they are, because they do work, and they work really, really well. Like, there were tons of really good songs from Apocalypse Now, if I remember correctly, right? Oh, God. Yeah. Jesus. Here's one. I can't believe I forgot about them. You know what I mean? Or actually, here's another one. Jesus. Here's another one, another band that I completely forgot. This one's huge. This is another acid rock. You know what I mean? Forrest Gump has a lot of good stuff too, yeah. There's a ton of them. Oh, you're literally talking... Yeah, you're literally talking about All Along the Watchtower by Jimi Hendrix. Yeah. Yeah, we've already gone through that one. Yeah, this is The Doors. Yep. Or here's another one from them, which is... Holy shit. Everybody knows this one, too. Like, I guarantee you're going to hear all this stuff with Hell Let Loose Vietnam. You might even hear, and this one, even though technically it's after Vietnam, don't be surprised if you hear this one too when it comes to Hell Let Loose Vietnam, because we're going to hear all this shit when this game comes out. I got a fever. Right? Or here's one more, and then we'll get to Ace Attorney. This is probably another one you're going to hear. Again, it is just after Vietnam ended, but still. So yeah, you're going to hear a lot of stuff when it comes to Hell Let Loose Vietnam, because I'm sorry, but hang on. You can't tell me that this trailer doesn't fit that mold, right? Just watching this trailer here,
Peggy 16.
You know for a fact that's all anybody's going to be playing over microphones. And I'm going to be completely honest. Interesting how 20th century music and fashion are distinct each decade. Oh God, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I can tell you one thing, because I don't think they showed it in this one, but you are going to be able to pilot the PT Rivers. You are going to be able to drive the tanks, and you, from what I understand, are going to be able to pilot the helicopters. I think the napalm strikes and the bombing runs and the strafing runs, that's all going to be like stuff that you call in. But I'm going to be honest, I really want to be a helicopter pilot for it. I really, really, really want to be a helicopter pilot for it. Absolutely, I do. So, yeah, we'll see. Not sure if it's just me, but music seems the same from 2005 to 2025. I mean, there are definitely a few exceptions, but generally speaking, yeah. But that's also why you have, and it's funny you brought that up. That's why you also have a lot of people that are going back and looking at older songs and stuff like that, because there's no, with the exception of a few, there really isn't a whole lot of originality anymore when it comes to music nowadays. So people are going back and they're listening to CCR, or they're listening to acid rock, or they're listening to Kansas, or they're listening to Blue Oyster Cult, or whatever, and going, holy shit, this slaps, right? On top of, and I've seen this lately, and I saw this last night, and I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole for about an hour. There are people, and I know that I might catch flack for this, but I don't give a shit, because I think, honestly, in this situation, I'm 1,000,000% right. There are kids now who sit there and go, oh my God, LeBron James is like the best basketball player of all time. And then someone shows them footage of Michael Jordan and their dreams are fucking demolished. And they go, oh, yeah, no, Mike is definitely the GOAT. You know what I mean? Part of the reason why I've been listening to the 1960s music in the car, it's distinct and mostly new to me. Yeah, exactly. You got some Air Jordans. Well, and see, here's the thing, because I went back, and I swear to God, we'll get to Ace Attorney at some point. Holy fucking derail. But let me show you something, because I saw this last night and went, holy fuck. Because I remember, here's the thing. My dad, okay, was originally from Chicago. Now, my dad wasn't a sports guy in the sense that he would play sports or anything like that, but he loved watching sports, and he and I would go to baseball games. If we could, we'd, try and go catch a Bruins game. I never made it to a Celtics game because those were always sold out, and same thing with the Patriots. But I will say earlier that when it comes to sports, there were basically two things we watched on TV religiously. We would watch to see how the Patriots were doing. This was before Tom Brady. This was back when we still had fucking drool all over myself Bledsoe as our quarterback. And then talking about how awful they were and how much they suck. And then anytime it was on, we would also watch the Chicago Bulls. And this guy is fucking insane. This guy is absolutely insane. Yeah, here we go. Top 10 plays. Like, the whole thing is, and I grew up when Larry Bird was still popular, right? Patrick Ewing, Muggsy Bogues, Scottie Pippen, Shaq, Magic Johnson, and so on, right? And that's all well and fine. But there were people out there that were like, oh my God, no, LeBron James is like the best and this, that, and the other thing. Really? Because I can guarantee you I'm going to play this NBA top 10 thing and it's only 3 minutes long and your eyes are going to be focused solely on Jordan and nobody else. And nobody can tell me that they didn't do the exact same thing when they watched this shit. Snipe! Done. That's on a foul.
Pump fake, doubled up. Here's a pass stolen by Jordan. It's a 3-on-2 for the Bulls. Michael on the drive, in for the right.
Like, look at his vertical leap. Watch this.
Michael on the drive.
This guy he's going up against has to be the better part of 6 feet tall. And he's jumping, and he almost clears him. That's insane.
Oh, man. Kelly Tripucka couldn't run out of the play quick enough. Jordan was bearing down on him from the sky. He came around for 9. The look away to Livingston. Jordan. Oh, a spectacular move by Michael Jordan. That's 13 consecutive field goals.
See the one he kept? I think he did, didn't he?
Well, Detroit will calm you down. They'll work their plays. Steal. He kept it in bounds. Here it is again. Oh!
Because Jordan was known for the slam dunks, but let me see. Let me do this. Did Michael Jordan ever break a backboard? Yes, he did. With a powerful dunk during a Nike-sponsored exhibition game in Trieste, Italy in 1985. Okay. Michael Jordan breaks backboard. Here we go. Which is insane. The amount of fucking power. Look at this. Look at this shit. I gotta bring this one up too, because this dude was by far the GOAT. I don't care what anybody else says. He was. Like, he didn't just break it. He didn't crack it. That fucking thing shattered. And you mean to tell me LeBron James can compete with that?
Round of Stansbury.
Or
now,
this?
Michael Jordan told me he had something special. He may be trying to take off from the free throw line a la Julius Erving. Let's see what happens. He kind of measured it from there. He's going back. That very may well be it. The people are excited. They like this.
I can hear his engines revving now.
Here's Jordan ready to take off.
In Chicago.
Got to be a 50 by. He took off just a little inside that free throw line, one hand and double clutch it. Magic Johnson gives him a nice 5 underneath the basket as he got out of the way. Let's watch this one again. This deserves a second look. Michael
look at this.
Taking off the
He's past half court.
Patented tongue.
He's right. I want to say he's right at the maybe the outskirts of the 3.
Comes out. Just
look at this fucking leap. That's a 30-foot leap. And he's literally like maybe inches away from being at directly eye level with the fucking hoop.
Right, look at this, the double clutch, the reach out, and the stuff. He got 49. I don't believe it. There we go. There's the slam camera, the slam jam camera, I like to call it. As you see that little double reach out, if that's not a 50, I don't know who didn't give him 10, but I want to see that, Judge. Sam Jones all looking on.
How insane is that? You can't, I'm sorry, but maybe it's just me, but when I watched this 12-minute video last night, and I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Like, and then all of a sudden, like, my algorithm here was all fucked up because it was just like it was a bunch of videos with kids that were looking really depressed, going, and like the title was, oh, I've been a LeBron fan for years, and Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time. It's like, yeah, you can't really, yeah, sorry. LeBron is amazing. Don't get me wrong. LeBron is absolutely amazing. But, you know what I mean? And there were a lot of greats. But, yeah. You can't top Michael Jordan. You just can't. That dude was a fucking powerhouse. Absolute powerhouse. And if I remember correctly, actually, let me go back really quick, because I just want to show you the beginning of this. So this guy is, I think there's a couple of guys who are like asking about Michael Jordan, and what Shaq says is it's got to be one of the most profound things when they're talking about Michael Jordan.
Is MJ your rookie year?
Shaking in my boots.
Was there anybody that you kind of avoided talking smack to because if you did, your spirit got bigger and they wanted to beat you, or?
Michael Jordan. You don't want to mess with God.
You don't want to mess with God. It's like, holy shit.
That wasn't Michael Jordan out there. It was God disguised as Michael Jordan.
And
Even Larry Bird, the man himself, said it. Like, that's insane.
Larry Bird not sitting down. So he come in with his cigar. Got his drink.
So how old is he right now? He's 26, 27?
Yeah, young,
Young boy, yeah.
So, I just want y'all to know. There's a new sheriff in town.
And they weren't kidding. I mean, and that was the thing. Everybody who didn't like sports knew who Michael Jordan was, right? He literally, like, reinvigorated an entire industry with Air Jordans. He, with the exception of, like, everybody else who kind of had a cameo in the movie, literally Space Jam was all about him, right? Because he's literally the greatest of all time. Even when he stopped playing basketball and went to go play baseball, it didn't matter. Was he the greatest, baseball player? No. But everybody wanted to see Michael Jordan play baseball. I'm sorry. Like, don't get me wrong. LeBron James is fantastic, but absolutely nobody can fuck with that kind of presence. They just can't. Maybe that's just me, but yeah, I kind of feel like that's just how it is. He is the greatest. And I literally, again, I remember my dad, and it was like, no, if the Bulls are playing, that's it. That's what we're watching. We're watching the Bulls. I mean, he didn't give a shit about, the Chicago Cubs. He didn't give a shit about the White Sox. He didn't care all that much about Ditka, but again, everybody knew Michael. Everybody knew Michael Jordan. All right, what do you say? Michael Jordan have high stats, or was he more popular for his athletic performance? He had some pretty high stats. There's a few I think that LeBron beat out, but he still has quite an impressive stat list. He still absolutely does. So yeah, it's... What's the best way to put it? Okay, and again, I loved Larry Bird, right? I grew up at a time where Larry Bird was on the Celtics. Everybody knew Larry Bird. Everybody loved Larry Bird. But when you watched Larry Bird during a Celtics game, you weren't watching Larry Bird. You're like, oh, look at this. You know, Larry's going, he's the captain, he's going to lead him to victory, and this, that, and the other thing. That's fantastic, and you're watching everybody. Right? Bulls came on. There were some really good fucking players for the Bulls when Jordan was on there, right? Really amazing players. But nobody cared about them. They were watching Mike. And that's kind of the difference. It's a presence thing. It's not just marketing. It's definitely a presence thing, for sure. You know, like, as much as I don't like magic tricks, it's like when you're a kid and you're still, you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and you look at things with wonder, and you see David Copperfield, and he does something on stage that nobody else has ever done before, and you're going, wow. That was Michael Jordan for basketball. And he did it for years and years and years, and he never ceased to impress. Never. And I remember my dad, when he left for baseball, when Michael Jordan left for baseball, and then it was announced later, he was also just a good person. Yeah, he was a good person. When it was later announced that he was going back to basketball, I remember my dad saying two things. He's only got two fucking teams that he better show up on. The Celtics or the Bulls. Everything else he's going to be crucified for. He was right. He was absolutely right. I mean, you had people like Shaq, Magic Johnson, Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing, Muggsy Bogues, bunch of other people I'm forgetting, Charles Barkley. They're all literally calling him God. Hell, even Larry Bird did. You know, and it's like, that's a lot to live up to, and he did it very well. Very, very well. Okay, Gourd Lake Public Beach. Is there anything I gotta talk to with him? No. Entrance, move. Let's see if, what's his name is in. There he is. Hey, pal. Long time no see. You don't look so happy. What's wrong this time? Actually, we wanted to ask you something. Yeah? First off... Actually, shit, okay. You know the boat rental shop down at Cord Lake? Oh, yeah. The old man who runs it is appearing as a witness in court tomorrow, right? Huh? How'd you... that was supposed to be top secret. Do you know who that old man is, Detective? Actually, I don't. He's a bit of an odd bird. I haven't been able to get a straight answer out of him. I decided first that he wasn't persuasive enough to stand and testify as a witness. That's why we called Miss Lotta Hart yesterday. As for who he is, we have absolutely no idea.
Sounds suspicious.
Detective Gumshoe, please help us. Huh? We need to know about the DL6 incident. That was when Edgeworth's father died. I can't help but think that it has something to do with this current case. To tell you the truth, I don't know much about the DL6 either. Mr. Edgeworth forbade us from reading the file. So, I'm afraid I can't show them to you either, pal.
What?
However, if you can convince me somehow that the DL6 incident is related to this case, well, I guess I'd consider opening the file up. Okay. Pretty sure the parrot was the one who said, remember DL6. What's that? The parrot? The old man at the boat rental shop's parrot. The parrot knew about that incident. That incident? DL6. What?
Polly, have we forgotten something?
Don't forget DL6. There you go. I'm pretty sure that old man must have taught her that word. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that was supposed to be Phoenix. Oops. Yeah, but how would that old man know about the DL6 incident? Wait, what if that old man was connected to DL6?
Nick, you think he might be?
I get you. Sounds like you need information on the DL6 incident. Though there is this station's records room. Or sorry, through there. I'll give you special permission to go in and find what you need.
All right. Way to go, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, Nick, to the records room.
I guess it's time we faced Edgeworth's past. Fair enough. Actually, was there anything else? No.
Wow. It's amazingly dusty.
10 years of files and 10 years of dust, I guess.
Let's find that DL6 stuff, quick.
15 years ago, both me and Edgeworth were 9 years old. We were almost through with 4th grade when he suddenly transferred. Because of DL6?
Nick, I found where the file is.
Oh, thanks.
Just let me know what you want to know about the DL6 incident. I'll go get the right file.
Case summary. Well, first I have to get a handle on the main facts, like a summary.
Right. Summary. Found it. Here you go.
December 28th, 2001.
That's exactly 15 years ago from the day after tomorrow.
So in 2 days, the case is closed. The incident took place in the elevator of the district courthouse.
What? Is this the same district courthouse where we're holding the trial now?
Looks like it. There was a large earthquake at 2 p.m. on that day. Part of the courthouse building collapsed and all of the lights went out.
Wow, that was some earthquake.
At the time, 3 people were trapped in the elevator. It took 5 hours for them to be rescued. 5 hours.
That'd be scary like that in the dark.
There was a lack of oxygen in the elevator, and the survivors were unconscious.
Survivors?
One of the 3 in the elevator had been shot in the heart. That was Mr. Edgeworth's father.
That was Mr. Edgeworth's father, wasn't it?
said that his father was shot before his very eyes. So Miles Edgeworth was one of the other passengers in that elevator. Okay. Do you have data on the victim, Edgeworth's father?
Yeah, hold on. Victim. Here, found it.
Gregory Edgeworth, 35, defensive attorney. If he were still alive, he'd be 50. He had lost that day's case in court and got in the elevator with his son, Miles.
Miles!
Miles Edgeworth, of course.
So he was in the elevator with his father.
From the angle of the bullet and other evidence, it could not have been a suicide. The murder weapon, a pistol, was found in the elevator. The pistol had been fired 2 times. Oh, shit. I think I just figured it out. Okay. Bear with me for a second. There was one thing I couldn't piece together, and that's why the gun had Edgeworth's fingerprints from his right hand on it. Excuse me. Because it's already been proven that it couldn't have been Edgeworth that was witnessed firing on the boat because it's in the perpetrator's left hand. I'm gonna go ahead and say that gun was used 15 years previous. Which also accounts for how many bangs there were. Because there was only one bullet that was found in Mr. Hammond. There were 2 bangs heard, which accounts for the gunshot itself and for the oxygen tank exploding. But there were 3 rounds that were fired from the gun in total. There's your 3rd shot. Huh. Sounds just like this current case. What's going on here? Got any data on the suspect in there?
That'd be the guy that my mom got arrested. Hold on. This is it.
The man arrested was a suspect. The man arrested as a suspect in DL6 was Yanni Yogi. He was a clerk in the court, apparently. So he must have been the 3rd person in the elevator.
Well, then he had to have done it.
But he was found innocent, thanks to his defense lawyer, Robert Hammond.
Hammond, the victim in our case.
Right. The suspect, Mr. Yogi, was oxygen deprived, so much so he had brain damage. He lost all memory of being in the elevator. After he was declared innocent, he disappeared.
Where could Yogi have gone to, I wonder?
He may be closer than we think. You know what? I'm thinking Yanni Yogi might be the guy in the boathouse. I guess I know generally what happened in DL6 now. I still don't know what the sort of impact the whole thing had on Edgeworth.
Nick, are we going to take the whole file? There's too much. We'll never get it out.
You're right. How about we just take what we think we'll need? Okay. Right. That's probably all we'll be able to find here. Now, all that's left is the trial tomorrow. I wonder how Dad will do testifying in court. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that when it comes to what happened, and I very well could be wrong, but just, again, bear with me. I think what happened is Edgeworth and Hammond were on the boat. And I think what might have happened is Hammond and Edgeworth somehow met, whether it's because Edgeworth found him or vice versa. And they went out on a boat ride to have a little Godfather Part 2 moment. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, go watch Godfather Part 2. But maybe Sophia and Corgi will be able to remember what I'm talking about when I say Godfather Part 2 moment on the boat. But I think what happened is fishing. It started out that way. I think what happened is Hammond either caught word of what he had done or what he had been accused of doing and assumed that he did do it, even though he was found innocent. Or he remembered what happened and felt insanely guilty about it. And possibly, spoiled, coming in for 56 months.
You need a horse head? I don't got one, but I could slip a pissy puppy in the bed in a pinch.
Spoiled, thank you for the 56 months. How you doing? It's been a minute. Where you been? And thank you again for the 56 months. These little motherfuckers are tag teaming me. Oh boy. Oh boy. So I think what happened is he tried to put the gun in Edgeworth's hand because it said that he was shot from about a meter away. 2 a.m. Ubering your kid to work. Ouch. I'm gonna be offline a bunch until we get her shit sorted. You know what? Honestly, that's totally fair, and I really, really do hope that things get sorted quickly, because that sucks for everybody involved. So I'm sorry to hear that. That really does suck. And hey, we missed you. We did. And hopefully, you'll be able to be back before the 18th. Because we don't want you to miss all the good stuff that's coming up. But in all seriousness, I hope it gets sorted soon. And I'm stuck babysitting the super pissy twins. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that he tried to put the gun in Edgeworth's hand and so that Edgeworth could put him out of his misery, which is why the gun was deemed being at least a meter away. And then you have the bang from the oxygen tank, and you have the bang from the gun being fired, but again, the gun had 3 rounds missing. That third round was fired 15 years ago in the elevator. I think that's what happened. So it was, call it a forced suicide. I hate this stage of a dog's life. That's totally fair. That is totally fair. Here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Apparently the prosecution is also ready. Who's the judge here anyway? Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Here we go. Very well. No opening statement, so... Not so fast, Judge. I was taking a meaningful pause before speaking. Right, of course. A prediction Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now. Order, order! Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now? Ah! Must you question everything? It'll be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I call my witness now. Right. I call my witness, my decisive witness, to the stand. It's that mysterious boat shop owner. Witness, state your profession. I'm the proprietor of the restaurant, the Wet Noodle at Cord Lake. And I also rent boats. The night of the incident, you were in the boat rental shop, correct? Yep. Yeah, I was. Please, testify. Wait a second. We still haven't heard who this old guy is. Wait a minute. The witness hasn't stated his name yet. Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright. I have predicted this trial will end in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate. Yeah, right. The witness will state his name. Well, not really sure. Yep. What do you mean? My, memory. Your Honor! You had a major dog earlier? Uh-oh. The witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Ergo, he cannot recall his own name. He can't recall, you say? Yes, but the incident in question took place 3 days ago. He can testify. A corgi derp. Oh, okay. Very well. Let's hear his testimony then, shall we? Witness. It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight. I was in the restaurant when where I rent boats, as usual. Then I heard a bang, and it wasn't me and my wife. I looked out the window and saw a boat just floating on the lake. Then I heard another bang. Just about then the boat comes back to shore, and a man walks by my window. Very well. I'd like to begin the cross-examination. There's nothing to question in my witness's testimony. Ergo, no need for cross-examination. Besides, there are only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes are up. Judge, your verdict now. Yes, Mr. Wright. May have almost soldered my hand to my desk. Ow! That could have sucked. What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness. Very well, you may begin. Excuse me, Mr. Von Karma? 3 minutes just passed. I see. Well then, let's just take our time. You may cross-examine the witness. It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight. No, it wasn't. It was on the 25th. Just after midnight, you say?
Yeah, just around then.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
When I talked to you yesterday, you were rather vague about the time. I'm surprised you seem so sure about it today.
I asked him and he remembered.
Contacts and got distracted? Oh no.
Isn't that right? Don't glare at me like that. I remembered it. Clearly, I did.
You see?
Continue.
Where I rent boats as usual. That's not where he rents boats. Didn't feel it the first time, damn neuropathy. Oof. Is there anyone who can verify that?
Well, I guess Polly could.
That's not good enough for a court of law. Mr. Wright, exactly what's not good enough? Your Honor, this Polly is a parrot. Oh, I'm gonna press him on everything. A parrot?
Don't be so hard on the girl, Katie boy. The prosecution concedes that we cannot prove the witness was in the shop. Witness, please continue.
Looked out the window, I saw a boat just floating on the lake. By your window.
Yep, by my window. Right outside the window of my little shack.
And could you see the man's face?
Well, the fog was pretty darn thick, but he was right there in front of me. I saw him.
This is a rather important detail. Please add it to your testimony.
Tisk. Tisk, tisk.
I have a bad feeling about this. Are you sure? Uh-oh. Dad!
Dead certain, Keith. He said, I can't believe he's dead. As he was walking by, too. Witness! Are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth? It was him, that Edgeworth boy.
This sounds like decisive evidence indeed. I see no room for doubt. On karma, he lured me into cross-examining so he could set me up for a fall.
Nick, I don't like the way things are going here. Everyone in the courtroom is glaring at us.
Better act quick or this trial is going to be over. Your Honor, we proved in yesterday's trial that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun.
Mr. Wright, are you referring to the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found on the gun and the photograph showing a man firing with his left hand?
Exactly.
Oh, well, that is easily explainable, my friend. You could have wiped his prints after he fired. You're ignoring the truth of the matter here. Everything in this witness's testimony is true.
Judge is lost in thought. What should I do? Your Honor, this witness claims that Edgeworth said, "I can't believe he's dead." But his word is all we have. If he were telling a lie...
Mr. Wright, in a court of law, the evidence tells all. Apparently, you have yet to realize even this basic fact. You say his testimony is a lie. Show us proof.
Nick, do we have any evidence? It's no good. There's nothing I can do. Are you sure? To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore. Please. Can you hear me, sis? Please. We need your help. Nick needs you.
3 minutes was perhaps too high an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record.
Enough. The witness may leave the stand. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. What? No! This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The accused will surrender to the court immediately. Be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned. What? Wait! Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, there has to be something. Who was that just now? Huh? What? Larry? Well, what are you doing here? Listen! You gotta listen to me! I was there in the park the night of the murder. I wasn't sure about it till just yesterday. But today I remembered it. Remembered what? The gunshot! I heard it too! Order.
What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for adjournment.
One moment, Mr. Von Karma. So you say you heard a gunshot? Yeah, I did. A gunshot. That night. I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony. Then I realized something he said was different from what I remember. Anyhow, I can't just sit here and let you call Edgy a murderer. It's just not right. I'll testify. Let me testify. Order! Order! Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court. I'm not quite sure how to proceed.
Judge, you've already given your decision. Trial's over.
Nick, this is it. Larry's given us some final chance at this. She's right. If only it wasn't Larry. That's true. Hang on 1 second. I gotta do a thing. Doing a thing. There we go. I keep forgetting to do a thing and I finally did it. Okay. He can make things even worse. Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick. It doesn't get any worse. You're right. Okay. Your Honor, if there's another witness, it is our duty to hear him speak. Right here, right now.
Waste of time. The verdict cannot be overturned.
Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it is our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistake has been made, every witness should be heard. What is this? I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty. Mr. Von Karma, I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now. What? The court will adjourn for a 5-minute recess. After that, we will hear this new witness. Court is adjourned. Damn it, Larry. That was too close. Sorry to keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth. I've seen worse. Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets. I just wonder what Larry plans to say in there. Larry was at the lake that night? Yes. He said he went looking for the Steel Samurai balloon that flew out into the lake. Oh, right. And he found the balloon in the air tank that night. Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Huh? You say something right? Yeah, a lot of things. You seem out of it. What's wrong? It's nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that?
Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon?
Oh. When he fell into the lake, I went into a daze. I couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. Then I saw the pistol lying on the floor of the boat in front of me. I picked it up without thinking. I didn't have a reason, really.
I see.
Right. Yeah? This might be our chance. Our chance? Von Karma has only ever run perfect trials. Perfect trials? Perfectly prepared witnesses, perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to his success. This is the first time he's ever had to deal with something unexpected. He has to let someone he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. And that someone is Larry. What are you getting at? It's likely his testimony will be full of holes, right?
That's right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time. We'll milk this one for all it's worth.
Hey, it was 15 minutes. 15! Everything's on Larry now. Court is now back in session. Witness, please testify to the court about everything that you saw on the night of December 24th.
Right. Leave it to me.
Please, Larry, don't mess this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance. Von Karma didn't even have time to prep his witness. I just hope Edgeworth is right about this being our big break.
That night, I was out in a boat on the lake. I was looking for something and I found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back in at the rental shop dock. Then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. Looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home.
That was an unusually vague testimony even for this court. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong, Nick? It's Larry. I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. I'm a little scared. Well, we've come this far. There's no way to go but forward, Nick.
Press him on everything. Something wrong, Mr. Wright. There's so many things wrong, I don't know where to begin. Well, okay. First of all, what time was it?
Oh, it was after 11 when I went out into the boat. By that time, everyone had gone home for the night. So I waited until the coast was clear, so to speak.
And why were you out on a boat at such a late hour?
Looking for something? Yeah. Mr. Butts, what was it you were looking for? What the witness was searching for is irrelevant. Most likely, he was hunting for this Gordy. That's surprisingly close to the truth in a sense. This is all irrelevant. Let's get it over with. Around what time was that? Well, let's see. I figured I was out searching for about an hour. Guess it was around midnight. Yeah. You're not sure? Hey, don't give me that face. I'm not some sort of human sundial, okay? People use watches these days, Larry. Then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. Where did the sound come from? Yeah, well, I wasn't too sure about that. I looked around, you know. Did you look at the lake? Yeah, I looked. Looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. Wasn't there a boat on the lake? Order. Well, Mr. Butts. Whoa. Everybody just calm down, okay? I mean, it was real foggy that night. Not sure whether there was a boat out there or not. Oh, okay, no problem. That's just the most important part of this case. Huh. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. So you only heard one bang, correct? Yeah. Huh. Well, Nick? It's pretty wishy-washy testimony, wasn't it? I guess I should just start working on the contradictions. Sorry. I wish I could be more helpful. I wish I could call my sister. Okay. Looking for something and he found it. Okay. Looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. Wait a sec, Larry. What? You only heard one bang. You're sure? That's what I said. But Miss Lotta Hart testified yesterday that she heard 2 bangs. And the old man just now said the same thing. They both heard 2 gunshots that night. Huh? Were you even listening? Were you paying attention at all to what they said? Yo, Nick, please! Huh? You know, something's been bothering me. I'm a witness, see? I'm like a customer here. So you gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay? Mr. Butts. What? You only heard 1 gunshot. Are you sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure. Not sure? How could you not be sure? Yeah, well, I might have missed the other gunshot. I was, listening to something else. Something else? My radio, dude! With my headphones. What? Order, and stop that booing. Mr. Butts. You were listening to the radio with your headphones. Yeah, so what? That a crime? Listen to my radio. Everybody listens to the radio. What's the big deal?
Mr. Von Karma, your opinion.
Waste of time. I do not accept this witness. Oh, his shoddy testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, should he continue the testimony?
Yes. Absolutely.
Your Honor, please allow this witness to continue his testimony.
Nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know when he's lost.
Very well, Mr. Butts. Give your testimony and be sure to include details like your radio.
Right. Leave it to me.
I wouldn't if there were any other way out of this, believe me.
It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. That's why I was listening to an all-request show on the radio, see? I was listening to it real booming loud like. But I'm sure I heard a gunshot. I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too.
You were listening to your radio at a high volume.
Yeah, what's the big problem? Can't a man listen to his radio in peace? Isn't this a free country?
I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is.
Judge, can you believe a word this witness says? What he heard was probably nothing more than a drum beat from the radio.
True enough, it is difficult to believe this testimony.
Wait, Your Honor. The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot.
Excuse me? DJ?
An announcer, the guy who plays things on the radio. Anyway, what this means is when he heard the sound, no music was playing. The DJ only talks between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. I'd like to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Wright.
Can't believe I'm continuing this charade.
I'm pressing him on everything.
So you turned on the radio? Right. I just wanted to hear someone's voice, you know? You don't know what it's like out there alone. On Christmas Eve. Alone.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Do you by any chance remember the name of the program you were listening to? This has nothing to do with the case, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. The witness was listening to the radio, that is all we need to know. Tell us, Mr. Butts, how loud was your radio set to that night?
Real booming loud. Yeah, you know.
And you had headphones on?
Yep.
I wouldn't think you could hear anything going on outside at all.
Can you prove that?
No, of course you can't.
Nah, I can't prove it. But I remember that moment real clear. I mean, while I was talking about it, it came back real clear to me, you know?
What did she say?
Mr. Wright, please cease these pointless questions. What possible good could knowing what a radio DJ said to us? Wait, sorry, let me try that one again. What possible good could knowing what a radio DJ said to us?
Indeed, Mr. Von Karma has a point. I'll allow the question only if you see some reason why we should care.
We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should. Why?
Well, how do you know if we don't ask him? Fine, very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot?
Oh, I gotta sneeze. Ow! My brain. Just when he said, hey, it's almost Christmas, I heard the gunshot. Most ludicrous testimony I've ever heard, but there is one gleaming ray of hope in there. I gotta press it until we get to the bottom of what happened. Okay. Got it. Are you sure? Of course I am. She had this real sexy voice. Maybe Von Karma was right. I'm not sure how that helped us at all. This is the most ludicrous testimony I've ever heard, but there is one gleaming ray of hope in there. I gotta press it until we get to the bottom of what happened. Okay. Oh boy, it's this cross-examination. Yes, it is. How you doing, Lazy? How are things? Pick up your brain and God bless you. Thank you, Sophia. And thank you, Aylin. So here's what I'm thinking. This photo was taken on Christmas Day at 12:15. Larry just said the DJ had a sexy voice saying it's almost Christmas, and then he heard the bang. So if he heard that bang, then it couldn't have been the gunshot in this photo at 12:15 because it wasn't Christmas yet. That's what I got. So there. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct? Huh? What's with the face? You look scary, dude. 12:15 a.m. on 12/25 is Christmas. Right. 12:15 a.m. on 12/25 is Christmas. But he's saying that he heard the gunshot just after the DJ said it's almost Christmas, which means that if it's 15 minutes into Christmas Day, the time that the photo was taken, it's not the same gunshot that Larry heard. Hey, if you're trying to scare me, you better know I don't scare that easy. Is something the matter, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, did you hear what the witness just said? The DJ said, hey, it's almost Christmas when he heard the gunshot. I'm half-ass here. No worries, spoiled. Indeed. And? Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Do you realize what this means? When he heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve. That would seem to be the case, yes. But he should have heard that gunshot after midnight. This photograph is irrefutable proof of this fact. Let's see what the time was on the photo taken when the gun triggered Miss Hart's camera. 12:25 at 15 past. 15 minutes after midnight on Christmas Day. This is a clear contradiction, Your Honor. Order, order. What does this mean? The two prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. However, this witness says he heard a gunshot before midnight. Judge, the answer is simple. Current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious. What? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think about Mr. Butts' claim he heard the gunshot before midnight? I'm thinking he's right.
What do you guys think? Because he says he remembers the DJ saying it's almost Christmas. I think Larry might be Republican, oh God. No, he's just... There's a saying with Larry, if it smells, it's most likely butts. Also, I got it spoiled. I got it. Just wanted you to know. I know it probably went over everybody else's head, and it admittedly took a second. I mean, I can give you advice, but I have no idea what's going on. No, that's totally fair. This is a convoluted court case. Okay, wait, let us just assume, okay, that Larry is Republican. Oh, God. Okay. Therefore, anything he says is true. Yeah, that's fair. Because he said it 3 times. Does that mean left is... Well, that's the joke, right? Because it says Larry's right. Because Republicans are right. They're right wing, right? That was the joke. This is such a silly bit, I know. But that's spoiled for you. So, therefore, anything he says is true because he said it 3 times. Well, so Lotta Hart, we know for a fact, is not entirely trustworthy because the only part of her testimony that couldn't be proven wrong is that she heard 2 gunshots, right? The witness from the boat shop also is untrustworthy because he's half asleep most of the time, and he still thinks that Phoenix is his son Keith, so he can't be trusted either. And the only thing that can't be disproven in his testimony is that he heard 2 gunshots. Larry, on the other hand, is directly stating that he knows for a fact he only heard 1 gunshot because there was no music playing and the radio DJ said it's almost Christmas. You have to be Republican to make it true. Oh, God. But you can say that the world is flat 3 times and it doesn't make it... No. Okay. Oh, God. I don't know what's going on. Just listen to that Jimi Hendrix song. Fair enough. No, Sophia, the joke was that because it says Larry's right-wing Republican. I'm going with these being right. Larry's not mistaken, Your Honor. He heard that gunshot before midnight. Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this wild claim. I'm half asleep anyway. It happens, that's fair. Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight. I'm being a tart, by the way. Oh, yeah, she is. Absolutely. I will time myself. You're fine. Shows an empty lake, taken automatically on 12/24 at 11:50 p.m.
Take that!
Look at this photograph. This was taken by our witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart, with her automatic camera. Timestamp on the photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m. Can you even time out mods or time out yourself? I think I would have to do it, if anything, but generally speaking, no. Oh. But there's nothing on the lake in this picture. Your Honor, the real issue here is not why nothing is shown in this photograph. I'm not trying it. It is why this photograph exists at all. What do you mean? 10 years on Twitch and I still don't know how this crap works. That's okay. I stream and I don't know how this crap works half the time. They change it all the time. Your Honor, this photograph was taken by an automatic camera. That camera was set to go off in response to loud noises. Aha! Correct. There was a loud noise on the lake at 11:50 p.m. That is why this photograph was taken. In other words, when Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely still Christmas Eve. Indeed, it would seem that is the case. Then where does that leave us? Miss Hart testified that she heard the gunshots after midnight. I would demonstrate, but Shadow gave Bloop the VIP tag, so I can't ban him anymore. Poor Bloop. Are you claiming she was mistaken? Not at all, Your Honor. In fact, that camera also triggered at 15 minutes after midnight. Your Honor, that night there were 2 sets of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them. Why would this be? Don't be fooled, Judge. That camera was set to respond to loud noises. Yes? There's no proof that the loud noise at 11:50 was a gunshot. Why, the witness could have sneezed, triggering the camera. Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear. Well, Mr. Wright, there's no turning back now. Can you prove that the loud noise at 11:50 p.m. was indeed a gunshot? Please show the court evidence if you have any. Oh, fuck. No cocaine? Cocaine. This still bothers me, by the way, the pistol bullet. This is the only thing I can think of because it says time of death sometime on the 24th or 25th. Shot from approximately 1 meter away. So we can't prove that it isn't a gunshot but we also can't prove that it is a gunshot because there's only 25 minutes between both periods. That's the only thing I can think of. Any suggestions? And this one, by the way, in terms of backseating, obviously, help here and there, not a big deal, because my thought process up to this point is generally either not enough or way too far to fucking figure out where they want me to go with stuff. Who's on the stand right now? Larry. And we're trying to prove that what Larry heard before midnight was the gunshot. Or wasn't the gunshot. Either way. Yeah, we've already been through the DJ thing and all that good stuff. What we're currently focusing on, because we've already shown the photo, because he said, the DJ said that it's almost Christmas, and then we showed the photo that was taken at 12:24 at 11:50, but now we have to prove that what he heard was the gunshot. In keeping with the political tomfoolery and in the spirit of spreading some American unity, read as Bruce Springsteen. What? Oh, God. Well, we're still stuck on trying to make a decision. There is no empty chamber. There's no empty chamber whatsoever. All dialogue is rock lyrics, ready, set, go. Yeah, except we've already read all of this, so I have to wait for new dialogue. The magazine's only missing 3 rounds. That's it. Magazine's only missing 3 rounds, and we can account for all 3 of them. Oh, God. You are just fucking off the rails tonight, spoiled. Wheels of photo was taken before midnight. We did that. Yeah, photo was used to detect loud noises. We did that. Court shows the pistol actually fired 3 times rather than 2, but this leaves the judge wondering what really happened. Karma asks Phoenix to answer why there were 2 shots 25 minutes apart. But it doesn't... Wait, what? Hang on. Concentrate on growing an epic lady beard instead. Oh, God. Yeah, I said Larry was right. Then run away and I'll join the circus and you miss me forever and I'll die a legend. Oh, God. Spoiled, you are on a tear tonight. I miss you, fucker. Sue me. No, we miss you too. And I know it sucks that you have to be up at like 2 in the morning to drive her to work. That's not fun. And I really, 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 really hope that changes soon. Because you're going to miss all the good stuff for Spoop Month. I gotta fit like a week of Spoiled into one stream. Oh, dear God. You better be here from the 18th on. You're gonna miss Spoop Month. We got some good shit lined up. Really good shit. Do tell. Indie creature features coming back. Silent Hill F, Chronos the New Dawn, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Vampire is pretty well done. I actually like that one. Well, so this is the sequel to it, and it's coming out the 21st? Something like that? No, I haven't done the pistol. I haven't done the pistol at all yet. I played Vampire. I played the original years ago. I think you were here for that, honestly. I played the original a long time ago. I didn't play any of the others only because they were more like visual novels. Other than, you know, that's pretty much what they were. But I don't think they really have much of any bearing on Bloodlines 2. Do the pistol? Okay. This is my evidence. The murder weapon. Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor. Both of the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When, then, was the last shot fired? Only now have I realized the truth. Well, so here's the thing with the pistol. I can account for the 3 rounds. I don't know if I'm correct in putting it this way, but I personally can account for it. 2 were fired, 1 on Christmas Eve, 1 on Christmas Day. The 3rd was fired 15 years prior in the elevator. But we're about to find out. Only now have I realized the truth. That 3rd shot was the shot Larry heard just before midnight. What? Order, order. That would make sense of the evidence we've seen so far. No, it wouldn't, but okay. Yeah, that's it. 22 caliber fired 3 times, bears prints from Edgeworth's right hand. We've already proven to an extent yesterday that there is reasonable doubt because the picture shows that it was fired, whoever fired the gun fired it from their left hand, not Edgeworth's right hand. And it says it was fired 3 times, but Lotta and Boat Guy say they heard it twice. Larry says he heard it once. We're still only able to account for 2 either way. The one in the picture and then the one before midnight. And we have a pristine bullet. It says found in the victim's body. Ballistic markings match the murder weapon's barrel. Fair enough. But this bullet wouldn't look like that if it ended up in somebody's heart. Because you'd have to go through a chest wall, you'd have to go through a rib cage, you'd have to go through a lot of shit, and that fucker would have mushroomed a lot before it entered that person's heart. It's like a 1 in a million shot to hit somebody directly through, directly past everything and into the heart. Von Karma said it didn't hit bone, which is all well and fine, but that means that somebody has to be aiming it precisely in order to do that, and bullets don't just stop once they hit a fleshy object. That's not how bullets work. When they go into contact with a fleshy object, such as a heart, that heart is more than likely just going to either leak out or pop, right? And that bullet's probably going to keep going, because it's just a muscle. That's all it is. There's nothing really behind it as a backstop. And especially from only about 3 feet away, one would assume that there would have been an exit wound, and that's even twice as difficult to get an entry and exit wound that don't hit bone. So this is why I said backseating is okay for this game for me, because, again, I think sometimes way too far into it, and it very well just could be, oh, well, they don't know much about how ballistics work, so maybe they just went with it didn't hit the rib cage. You know what I mean? Being this is a video game, is there such a thing as overthinking this being a video game? Yeah. That's why I said, again, backseating, I have no problem, because either I'm not thinking enough or I'm way overthinking with this one. And I've been doing that, like, consistently this whole game. However, this leaves me wondering exactly what did happen that night on the lake. Exactly. If this is true, there were 2 sets of oh, shit. God damn it. I'll do it after this. 25 minutes. You do that consistently this whole life. Wow. Wow. See, why do I need enemies? Why do I need, you know, people coming in my stream telling me I'm shit? I have mods for that. These games are the case where you know more than the writer, I think, so I think you should just go with what the game tells you and go with the perspective of someone who doesn't need to know all that you know. Unfortunately, that's easier said than done. Sadly. God damn it, spoiled. Ugh. 1 at 11:50, another at 15 minutes after midnight. God damn it. And I can't fucking stand Bruce Springsteen either. I really can't. Why? Ask you why? I better think of something quick. Thank you, Sophia. I gotta grab my water. Cackling. I figured you needed. Yes, thank you. Okay. Wait a second. Gunshot separated by 25 minutes. What's wrong, Nick? God damn it.
I have it, I have it. Ah. God, my sides are hurt. My sides hurt, Jesus. Remember the case with the steel samurai? Oh, yeah, of course I remember. The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case. What do you mean? Everyone is awake now. Maya, yes. If we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edward's guilty verdict. Is that how a constipated person sings? I don't know. Ask Bruce Springsteen. He's been doing it for 50 fucking years. I've got a hunch and I'm going around with it. I can't keep doing that. Holy fuck. Right. I mean, is this safe? Safe? We've already gotten a guilty verdict. We have nothing to lose. How many bits do we have to give you to get you to stop? Yes, Bruce Springsteen has been doing music for 15 years, baby. Oh yeah, no, he's been doing it for 50. Shadow's not a singer because everyone would only want to hear his majestic voice and the industry would collapse because of him. True. I just spit water from laughing. Got spray on my keyboard. Oh, the industry would collapse. Perhaps in a literal way, but it would. It's true. It's so very true. You just watch and let me know if anything I say, if I say anything that sounds fishy, okay? Right, Nick? Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wright. The testimony just now has cleared up this entire case. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? Huh. So you finally realize the truth. There could be no other murderer here than Miles Edgeworth himself. Wrong, Von Karma. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting. Listen, rookie. Take a deep breath. Consider the facts. The time of the murder, one boat was on that lake. This was shown by the witness's photograph. The defendant, Edgeworth, and the victim, Robert Hammond, were on that boat. There was a gunshot fired on that boat, and Robert Hammond fell into the lake. No duckies, only darkness. The distance of the shooting was 1 meter. It couldn't have been a suicide. Well, the guilty party has to be the other man on that boat. I admit it is hard to imagine any other possibility. Only duckness. Who's on the stand? Larry! Yes, but this assumes that the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? We have photographic evidence of the time of the shooting. The timestamp on the photo says 12:15. But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before the shot on the lake. Spoiled?
That's the only way Edgeworth could be innocent. Happy birthday. Weren't you here on my birthday?
You're a creep! Go away! We're having a good time until you showed up, cheapers! Go have some coffee with cream or something! Because I'll tell you something! This is a happy place!
Thank you for the bits spoiled. That Foxhound trench coat in that photo. Yep. Yeah, we saw the thing about Diddy earlier. It's not my birthday. I already had my birthday. My birthday was the 13th of September. Mr. Wright, are you quite mad? Explain who the two men on the boat are. No, I'm not I'm 39, okay? Don't push me over the 40 edge just yet. That's not happening till next year. It's not my birthday. Congrats on your 4 years of age. Next year you're going to school. No, 40. 40. I'm not 40 yet. They keep saying I'm 40. No, I'm not 40. I'm 39. My birthday was literally less than a month ago. It was like 2 weeks ago. They're doing it just to do it. That's it. That's all they're doing. Anyone over 34 is 40 in my head. Makes me say, God damn it. So you're over 39. No, I am 30. I just turned 39. Edgeworth and the murderer? So you're technically over 39. No. Oh, God damn it. You got two Burbs Day wishes in a row. That means 40. Them's the rules. Oh, God damn it. Of course it was Edgeworth and the murderer. After the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50. He assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth. What? Are you serious? Yes, Edgeworth won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edgeworth to the lake. Now, Edgeworth didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place. I'm not sure what to make of all this. Ludicrous! Mr. Wright, tell us the name of the murderer, then. The murderer's name. Right, it's... Well, it can't be Lotta. She wouldn't have any connection to this. And we know it's not Edgeworth. So it has to be I don't know. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, it has to be I don't know. We know Lotta wasn't it. She didn't have access to a boat. And if we pick Miles Edgeworth, he's fucked. Actually, I don't know the murderer's name. You don't know? Ah! Again, you waste my time. I don't know because he never told us. The murderer is the caretaker of the boat shop, that old man. At 11:50, he was the one who killed Robert Hammond, the caretaker of the boat shop. Where did he do this? There weren't any boats on the lake then. Why would he have to go all the way out on the lake just to shoot someone? May I suggest that the real scene of this crime was not on a boat? What? Well then, where did the murder take place? It would have to be the boat shop, right? That's the only place it could be. If there were no boats out there, it has to be the boat shop. Here, of course, the boat shop, where he lives. That way he can meet with the victim without anyone seeing. You don't have any proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime. Recall Larry's testimony, if you will. That night, he was out on the lake in a boat, searching for something. Smartest 4-year-old, oh god. He finds it and returns the boat. Then, just as he's starting to head for home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor, even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, the gunshot was very, very close by. And where would that be if he had just returned a boat? The boat shop. Mr. Wright, what happened that night on Gourd Lake? Please tell the court from the beginning. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, are you sure about this? Not really. Excuse me. But I think if I start at the very beginning, and I take it slow, I might just be able to figure this out. That night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop. Uh-oh.
The only thing epic about shagging your college professor is shagging your college professor in your brand new Ford F-150 when you've just hit 40-year-old. May all the college professors be yours. Happy 40th birthday, Shadow.
Oh, Jesus. Spoiled, thank you for the bits. God. This was around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired. After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond. Now you just need a Ford F-150. I've got a Ford Expedition. Then he got in the boat with Edgeworth and went out into the middle of the lake. Then who fired the pistol on the boat, Mr. Wright? Edgeworth. No, it couldn't be Edgeworth because it was in his left hand, so it had to be the boat shop caretaker. Yeah. Because the boat shop caretaker was firing it from his left hand. He is left-handed. Of course, it was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice. Both missed Edgeworth on purpose. Wait a minute. Yes? Why would he shoot twice if he didn't mean to hit anyone? Details. Know this, Mr. Wright. The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tell us why the murderer had to fire twice. Yeah, create a witness. That totally makes sense, actually. Not because the first shot missed. We literally just said he intentionally fired twice to miss. I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor. Create a witness? The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. That ensures that anyone who heard the shot would look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first gunshot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, the murderer jumps from the boat himself. leaving the pistol in the boat behind him. I see. To someone looking from the edge of the lake, it would appear that one of the men on the boat had shot the other. The murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice to draw attention to the boat. Once you realize that, everything else falls into place. The boat shop caretaker swam back to his shop. Then he put Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body and threw the body into the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on Gourd Lake. Bailiff, bring out the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly. Very well. While we are waiting for the caretaker, I would like to ask the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, a few questions. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense has said. Yes? Well, why did you go to the lake that night? What Wright has said was mostly correct. Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago, I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. He asked me to come to the boat shop by the lake at midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me. Something important? I'm sorry, I can't say what it was. Oh shit, I gotta come up with a thing for the bailiff. Fuck. I wasn't expecting the bailiff. Trying to think of a good one. He's Ruski. Your Honor, sir. Bailiff, we are conducting a trial here. I ask that you remain quiet. The witness has disappeared. He isn't at the boat shop either. What? What should I do? Find him quickly. We cannot allow him to get away. Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared. A search warrant has already been issued. It goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. I will extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. I request that the police department utilize all its forces to find that witness. Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop caretaker? I think his identity has become very important to this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is. Very well, court is adjourned. Sweet Jesus. Yay, Nick! You did it! Yeah. Well, at least we got out from under that guilty verdict. I want him. Whoa, hold on. And what about Larry? That was something else. Even Von Karma didn't know what to do with his testimony. Larry really helped us out. Sure, once I sifted through his unique testimony. Still, he did save us. I just wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time. I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Did you say something? Don't look so pained. I mean, it looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. You could try to smile, just a little. Relax. I'm sorry, but I fear it's not over for me yet. What do you mean? Right. Something that's been troubling me for a long time now, and I don't know whether or not to tell you. Edgeworth? No, there's so little time left. I want to tell you to get it off my chest, but... I can't make up my mind. What is this about, Edgeworth? It's a nightmare I've had.
A memory of a crime that I committed. A crime you committed? A memory of a murder. Did I not say that the reason why it was in Edgeworth's right-hand fingerprints were on the gun and there were 3 rounds that had been fired from the magazine was because he did it 15 years ago? Yes, overwrite save data. I swear to God, by the way, if this turns into, oh, well, I tried to grab the pistol from the guy, and my dad and the guy got into a scuffle, and I accidentally shot my dad, that's perfectly okay. If this turns into my dad had the gun, I'm going to try and just skirt past that, because that's not how fingerprints work, but sure. What was Mr. Edgeworth talking about? A memory of a crime that I committed. A memory of murder. Do you really think Mr. Edgeworth killed? I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory has been troubling him recently, but he'd never take someone else's life. Nick? Yo! How's everyone doing? What do you think of my performance today? I had him swooning in the aisles. Huh, Maya? Swooning? Me? Oh, yes. I do remember feeling faint. Right on! Tell me the truth. It was like love at first sight, right? Right, Nick? Huh? Me? Well, maybe my heart skipped a beat or two. I think you can do better than that. Come on, I saved Edgeworth in there, dude. Edgy! Gosh, you be bowing before me, yeah! Bow before your hero! Nick, why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? I mean, he's changed recently, true, but when we first met him, he was kind of a jerk, don't you think? You didn't know him back then. Back when he wanted to become a defense attorney. Wait. Was that when you two were classmates? Where's the punch button? Yes, in grade school. They saved me. Miles. And Larry. They saved me and I'll never forget it. And that's why I became a defense attorney, you know. What? Hey, Larry. What's he talking about? Suna Bridge, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? Huh? Sorry, I kind of forgot. Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm going to hear this story today, and that's final. Okay. It's kind of a long story, so hang in there. It was the very end of the 3rd grade. I was on trial, a class trial. A class trial? You remember, Larry? Spring, end of the 3rd grade? Kid in our class got his lunch money stolen. Lunch money? Our school was really small. Every month, kids would bring in an envelope with money for lunch from home. Huh, I see. Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared with $38 still inside. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that. I can see why you'd forget, though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. I was coming down with a cold, so I'd skip PE that day. I was the only one not in class. So, they thought you did it? Yeah. The kids in class said I should be put on trial. Trial? So the next day, we held a classroom trial with me as the defendant. Even the teacher? What the fuck? I didn't do it. Guilty, he did it. Guilty, it was you. Thief. Give the money back. You're such a meanie. No one play with him. Just admit you did it. You can't hide the truth. Tell us the truth. We're not going to play with you anymore. Yeah, and no boring answers. You shouldn't be allowed in the relay. Give me back my 50 cents I loaned you. Oh, God. 6:32 in the morning, Germany, and watching you play on one of my favorite games, but I never finished it, to be fair. That's okay. This is my first time ever playing it, but welcome in, and it's good to see ya. And I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Now, Phoenix, you know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right. In the end, even the teacher thought I'd done it. Go over and apologize, Phoenix. I didn't know what was happening. I was so sad, I couldn't stop crying. Everyone was staring at me like I'd done it. I tried to apologize. I went to where the boy whose money had been stolen was sitting. That's when it happened. I think this is going to be Edgeworth. You shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. And I troll him and I could use some help. Oh, God. Should all be ashamed, amateurs. Miles? It wasn't you who stole my money, was it? No. Then you shouldn't apologize. Everyone's been shouting you did it, but no one has any proof. That is why, Your Honor, this boy is innocent. But Miles, it was your money that was stolen. Yeah, he did it. He's the one. We don't need proof. Make him say he's sorry. Why don't you all just shut up? This is always how it is. Everybody's ganging up and picking on one person. Just think how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it. Very well. I will replace the money myself. This class trial is over. I love how Nick starts the story with this kid's money got stolen, and it was Edgeworth, but he didn't say in the beginning, just for the drama. That's how it happened. After that, the three of us were the best of friends. Wow, I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot. That's where I learned what it meant to be alone. Totally alone, without a friend in the world. You did a good thing, Larry. Yeah, well, I was just lucky that I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, they would have thought I'd done it. So I took it kind of personally, see. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after the class trial. The story actually happened in the series creator Shu Takumi, except he never got saved by anyone and had to apologize to the girl whose money he got accused of stealing. Oh, no shit, wow. That's when I heard his father was a defense attorney. I remember his eyes would shine when he talked about his father. I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my father. We have ass, and Suna can be the beginning of tits. Oh, God. Well, we already have 3 out of the 4 needed for tits. Who's the other T? She's not around often, but when she is... Tia. Now, the T has to be here often. Okay. I can't think of anybody then. Damn it. Or it doesn't work. That's true. I mean, you, Aylin, Sophia, that all makes sense. That's ass, right? Because you're all here most of the time. I get that. Aylin, Sophia, spoiled. Yes. I can't think of anybody else with a T. Oh, wait a minute. We're all dumb. We're all dumb. We missed one. True. Drops mic. Yeah. I thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute. There's got to be somebody else with a T. I knew True. Oh, well, I thought you were asleep. I thought I bored you to death. Pretty close to me boring you to death? Wow. Well, I guess I'll just take my food porn and go home. I guess that's it then. I'll just... Did you say food porn? Yeah, I was gonna show you guys all food porn, but I guess I'm boring you to death, so you don't want to see food porn, and that's okay. It's fine. I understand. Spectre wants food porn. Apologize to Shadow now. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Let me bring this up. Lay sniff. Hang on. Because I got to bring up last night's too, because some people weren't here. Oh, and I have to bring up the other one that really threw you for a loop. Because I don't think they saw those either. I think everybody else, I think a lot of people missed that one. So, hang on. Cover your eyes. This guy can't cook for shit. He eats cows that are still mooing. That's not true. I don't eat cows that are still mooing, and I can prove it to you because I had something 3 days ago that was amazing and definitely was not mooing. You just toast them lightly and calls them that. That is not true. That's not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. Okay. Here's those two. And then... where'd it go? There. Then these two. Good. Oh yeah, no, I'm bringing them up. Hang on. And then this one. Okay. We will start with 3 days ago. Country fried steak. With lima beans and with mashed potatoes. It's not mooing. Trust me on that. It was not mooing. And the gravy.
You're a victim to your own ego and your own hubris. And before others can forgive you, you must learn to forgive yourself.
Oh, God. Then yesterday, shrimp fucking scampi with a glass of wine. Then, tonight, corn chowder.
I need you to send me the leftovers. Well, there is no more shrimp scampi, I can tell you that much. And there's also no more country fried steak. And probably by tomorrow morning, there won't be any more corn chowder. Your inner child is a total fat ass. Go run some laps. My inner child is absolutely a total fat ass. 1,000,000%. You are absolutely not wrong. And I do have to say, that country fried steak really hit the spot. It really did. You won't even commit to saving me some corn chowder. Listen, I mean, here's the thing, Spectre. You gotta understand, okay? Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I said, gee, you know what? I should mail Spectre some corn chowder. Okay? I would go, and I would open up the fridge, and I would grab the thing of corn chowder, and immediately upon opening go, you know what? I should have more of this. And that's exactly what I would do. So unfortunately, there is zero possibility of being able to get past that. Which means that by the time I even remembered, oh yeah, I was supposed to send Spectre some corn chowder, it would be gone. Vomit the thing. Vomit the thing. Jesus. This is what you get for your loyalty. I do not blame him, though. Yeah, see, this is what I mean, right? If you make, like, a really, really good thing, and you're like, oh, hey, I should totally do, I should totally get, this and put it in another container. No, it's gone. There's just no way. It's going to be eaten. You have a question. I have an answer. I have 3 answers. 6, blue, and yes. Where are the lapels on this kid's jacket? That is a fantastic question. Actually, that really is a fantastic question. I don't know. I really don't know. Turn them inwards? Ew, that would be really uncomfortable. Then, a few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school. The DL6 incident. Right. I'm not sure, but the transfer probably had to do with his father's death. That's so sad. It was several years later when I heard Edgeworth's name again. There was an article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something like Dark Suspicions of a Demon Attorney. Fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. The article said he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. But why? What happened? I mean, that's not the Edgy I used to know at all. That's what I thought, too. Tried to get in touch with him, I don't know how many times. He never replied. I guess he didn't want to see his old friends. I couldn't just drop it, though. I wanted to meet him to learn why he had become who he became. That's when I decided... Wait, you don't mean... That's why? That's why you became a defense attorney? Just my headcanon, but I consider Edgeworth to be autistic-coded. I can see the lapels bothering him so much as a kid. He really can't handle them being out, or something. I don't know. I mean, yeah, but... if you wear the lapels and the collar, because they're connected, so you'd have to turn the lapels and the collar inside out, and that would be really uncomfortable. If I was a defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me whether he wanted to or not. In court. Edgeworth believed in me, and I believe in him. He's in pain, and no one's on his side. I'm the only one who knows the real Edgeworth. I'm the only one who can help him. Whoa, Nick! So, is that why you helped me out for free? Yes. I helped you because I believed in you. Except I don't remember saying I'd do it for free. Aw, Nick! Nick! Don! Have yourself a good night, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. And we will see you next time. By the way, Don, on the 18th, that is when spook time starts for us. Silent Hill F, Chronos, and Vampire. And we're doing the Indie Creature Feature stuff as well this month. So yeah, make sure to stay tuned for that stuff. I don't know what order I'm going to be doing stuff in just yet, but that's when it's all starting. Horror marathon, eh? Well, I mean, we're definitely going to be doing all the horror stuff basically from there till the end of the month. So hell yeah. Nick, we have to say Mr. Edgeworth if it's the last thing we do, okay? Right. Very well may be. First, there's that rental boat shop caretaker. We need to find out who or what he is. I'd settle for who. I guess I can clean out some of this evidence I no longer need. Okay, let's go. You spelled it wrong, spoiled. And yes, also, guys, by the way, Dawn is also a fellow streamer. Phenomenal artist, by the way. So if you like streams that are nice and cozy, where you can hang out and chill out and watch somebody create literally amazing things from absolutely nothing, you should totally go follow Dawn. I will tell you a story really, really, really quick. Dawn created an entire 10-page spread comic in 27 hours. And it was gorgeous. And I mean literally from initial sketch to final coloring, 27 hours. And it was fantastic. Yeah, fuck that guy. He is awesome. But I went and followed Soonabridge. Yes. You know what? Please follow Soonabridge too. Absolutely. Crystal of Atlan. I've never heard of that, but that actually sounds kind of fun. But yeah, please, please, please go follow Dawn, and please follow Suna. I would appreciate you guys doing both of those things. And hey, every once in a while, pop in and say hi. And Dawn does a lot of video games too, so I think he's playing Silent Hill F right now. Not right now, but yeah, he's playing Silent Hill F. He also does a lot of artwork and stuff like that, and he's just awesome. What the hell is this? Oh, yes. Oh my god. Yes. Okay, look at this. I'm not even kidding. This is fantastic. This is the comic that took him 27 hours to make. It's called Motherfuckers. This is all done from scratch by him. Such a fun stream spread. It was an ode to pandemic nurses, basically. Yes, it was. And these are gorgeous. These are absolutely gorgeous. Oh, it will let me full screen. Okay, fair. And she's just looking at it. And again, he did this all in just over a day. Yeah, everything from concept to paint to finish was live streamed. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, she's looking at everybody down there and coughing and laughing and everything else. Meanwhile, there's a guy on life support. And then she says that. Just sits there watching, sees another person come in. Again, on a breathing... on oxygen. Puts out the cigarette, does her hair up again, puts her mask back on, and then just goes back inside to keep working her thankless job. Yep. It's only got one word. I gotta go to bed. Good night, everybody. Hugs to you all. Sophia, have yourself a great night. Always love and appreciate you being here. We will see you next time. Thank you so much. So, yeah. Go give Don a follow. Please give Don a follow. This is amazing, 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 amazing work. He really, really is awesome. And this is the only word that's said in the entire comic. Motherfuckers. He did. He captured the mood of everything. And it was amazing to watch. It really was amazing to watch. So, yeah. That is our very own Dawn. My favorites was the putting up the hair panel. That is one of those if you know, you know things. I think it was this one. Yep. He has long hair too. That is true, he does. Do you believe in remote viewing? Not particularly, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that's Dawn's comic. Yep. Yeah, please go check that out. It's worth just watching the entire time for sure. Larry, you really helped out in the trial today.
You did. If you weren't there, Larry, I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth would have been found guilty.
Came out good. I was there. Oh, I know you were there. I'm just saying you should check out the thing. I think most of us were there. I noticed one of the guys had a literal pig nose. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because you have to remember... Hang on, let me take a look at something here really quick. Yeah, okay. So, at the time that this was done, this was also when you had... This was, well, I should say this was also when everybody was going nuts because of George Floyd. So you had COVID, you had everything that happened with George Floyd, you had a lot of things going on all at the same time. A lot of things going on. And, if I remember correctly, at the time, this was just before This was just before here in the States they started mandating that all public servants needed to be vaccinated.
But seriously, Nick, that boat shop caretaker guy's pretty suspicious. But Edgy ain't off the hook yet.
Way to spoil the mood, Larry.
Hey, I'm just a guy sitting in the audience, you know? But from where I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy. I mean, can you really know he's telling the truth about that night?
Nick?
I don't know. But what I do know is, I'm going to believe in you two until the end.
Us two?
Edgeworth and who else? You mean me, right?
Nah, he means me. Right, Nick?
Yeah, you, Larry.
Not me? But why you, Larry?
Huh? Actually, yeah, why me, Nick?
Enough with the silent treatment.
I don't even know what the hell I do. I love how our stream community is genuinely a community. We have years of shared memories together across many streamers' channels and many streams. This is true. Nick doesn't say he believes in Maya when she's been sulking about being useless. Oh god. No, I mean, she's helped out. She's definitely helped out, for sure. So, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else I can do here? I don't have anything to present to him. Could present him your badge? Sure.
Woohoo! I was hot out there, hot.
I'm glad someone's happy about how this case is going. He seems too happy to care about anything I show him. Oh, I know she's been helping out, but considering how she's been feeling, Nick not thinking about her in this scene is kind of really sad. Yeah, I can see that. That's true. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know where we gotta go. Hey, pal. Long time no see.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
Close one today, eh? I got so worked up I snapped my tie in half. Sorry about that. No prob, pal. Thanks to you, we now know who really did it.
You mean the boat shop caretaker?
Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial time tomorrow. Come what may, it's my duty to you as a police officer. Now I'm off to catch me a criminal.
Detective Gumshoe sure is active today.
Oh, one other thing.
Yeah.
No one can go into the woods today.
The woods?
Where Lotta was camping? The woods are off limits to camping, and apparently the park ranger found out. He got pretty mad. No one can go in for a while.
I guess Lotta's in a lot of trouble.
Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Public beach. Huh? The steel eyesore is missing.
Eyesore?
Looks like the hot dog stand is closed too.
I guess Larry's too busy worrying about Mr. Edgeworth to show up for work.
That's... yeah, I think that's just going to give us the same stuff that it always does. Rental shop.
That old caretaker got away.
Yep.
I never imagined he might be the real murderer.
I'd know that throat clearing. I'd know that clearing of the throat anywhere. Aha! Hello. What might you be doing here? Out for a walk, hmm? Oh, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see?
Mr. Grossberg, this is no time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edgeworth's trial ends tomorrow.
Ah, that is true, yes. But from what I saw of today's trial, Edgeworth should be fine, right? Well, I'm not sure about that. Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, I'm not sure. If you find anything out, come by my office at once. I may be able to offer you some assistance. Thanks. Bye.
What do you think Mr. Grossberg was doing here anyway?
Who knows? Doesn't look like anyone's around.
Caretaker must have run for the hills, huh?
Yeah, looks like it.
He didn't seem like a bad person.
He was a bad person. Murder took place in the boat from this dock. Apparently, the police took the boat right away. Indeed, the space... yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Move to the shack.
Nobody's home.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, it's Polly. I wonder where your owner's gone, Polly. I can't believe he'd run off and leave his poor parrot to fend for herself. That reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number to the safe, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Polly, what's the number to the safe?
1228. Okay.
Let's open it, Nick. Come on.
I'm sure there isn't any money in there.
Aw. But hey, he keeps it locked, right? So there must be something of value in there.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there.
I guess there might be a clue or two. The only thing in here is a letter.
A letter? Aw, boring.
There's no name or signature on this thing. It's handwritten in very precise, clear letters. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth?
Nick, why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here?
How should I know? I'm going to read the whole thing. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. It also says this is your last chance. Now is the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Rest of the letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. So, Hammond put the clerk up to killing Miles Edgeworth to get his revenge because he's fucked in the head, basically. How to kill Robert Hammond and frame Edgeworth. Calling Edgeworth out to the lake, getting on the boat, firing twice. This is exactly what I figured out today in court. It's all here in perfect detail.
What do you think it means, Nick?
I don't know, but it looks like these are instructions for that caretaker. When he killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth, he was following instructions.
But who could have written the letter? And what does it mean to get revenge on Miles Edgeworth?
Look, I don't know, okay? But one thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue. That's true.
Maybe we should bring it to Detective Gumshoe.
Don't you think the caretaker would mind?
Well, we can just leave him the metal detector in exchange.
Maybe we better not. This is the one that bugs me, is the saltwater stuff.
Say, Nick, don't people usually put pictures of fish up on the wall to boast about them?
Yeah, I guess so. You mean pictures of the fish they caught, right?
Right. But don't all the fish on the wall here look really puny to you?
Well, you know what they say. You should have seen the one that got away.
Except the one that got away from us was the caretaker, and we did see him.
Why do I feel like we're having two different conversations here? Why is the letter inadmissible in court? Can't search someone's house without a warrant. Well, there's a warrant already out for his arrest. That was stated by Von Karma, because the witness escaped. Yeah, also that's the other thing. They aren't cops. So, okay, I do have to, I have to, that doesn't give the right to search his home for evidence. Okay. I gotta explain a little bit. Only to kind of catch you up. Spoiled. So, in this fictional world, the court system has changed because everything was just so backed up. So what they did is they made it so that everything had to be consolidated down to 3 days. So the attorneys can go and look for evidence, the cops can go and look for evidence, and whatever they have to present within that 3-day period is admissible. Only in Japan. Yeah, pretty much. And this fictional and Spoiled's argument just breaks into a gazillion pieces. No, I mean, she is absolutely right. If this was going to work the way that our court system works, then she 100% is right. But that's kind of a big thing you need to know about this, is that they did do that and they explained it. In America, you just have to say it 3 times and it's true. Oh, God. Reason we're given is that they narrow it down to 3 days after the murder because there were too many cases clogging up the system. Yes. Yeah, everything was so backed up.
Maybe I should take care of Polly, Nick?
You probably shouldn't just kidnap her. The police know about her anyway. I'm sure they'll do something.
Well, okay. Sorry, Polly. He says I can't take you.
Great, now the bird's going to hate me.
It doesn't look like he used this kitchen much.
You're right.
Guess the whole pasta restaurant thing was a lie.
What, you thought he was telling the truth? Everything's cold. Looks like he didn't turn his heater on. I guess he hasn't been back here since the trial.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Huh? Oh, never mind.
What? Tell me.
Just, when I saw the TV, I remembered. They're showing a Pink Princess special this week.
Oh.
See? That's why I didn't want to tell you.
Well, we're never specifically told they did away with due process for the most part. I guess that kind of explains it a bit if you squint your brain. I mean, you don't even really have to squint your brain, right? Because the problem with due process is the same benefit of due process, that anything and everything is going to take time. So if you try to condense everything down to 3 days, especially with the way evidence and stuff like that works, and because you have to send it out to labs and they have to test everything and so on and so forth, there's no way that they'd be able to properly do it. So yeah, due process would absolutely just go right out the window. I don't think there's anything else here. I'll just examine this stuff.
This lake sure likes to cause problems, doesn't it?
Huh?
I mean, everything that happened here turned out to be a lie. Gordy was a lie, and the charges against Mr. Edgeworth were all lies.
Well, I guess you're right.
I mean, I'm glad the charges were all lies, but still.
You got a point. Guess Larry has today off.
He was pretty happy about saving Mr. Edgeworth.
True, we owe him big.
No one's going to sit here on a cold day like today. Well, unless they were eating a samurai dog.
How would that change the temperature, I wonder?
You seem troubled, Nick.
No, who, me? Trash can with no trash. At least the place is well maintained. And the sign. I almost didn't see that signpost. Left boat docks, right exit. Yep. I didn't want to do that, damn it. Let me just double check. Everything is still checked off, though, right? Oh. Forest here beyond these bushes.
Nick, the forest! There's someone in there!
Ooh, I'm really, really glad I decided to do this, then. You're right, there's a few policemen in there.
They must be looking for the caretaker.
Good luck. Okay. Actually, kind of glad I hit the wrong one. Oops. I feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. What is it about winter that turns people into poets?
I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb.
Yes, my poetry has that effect on some people. Sign says Gourd Lake Nature Park. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekend.
But no waterfall.
Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. I think... yeah, that's it for here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to detention. You look as grim as always.
Mr. Edgeworth, I heard a story about the class trial.
Class trial? What do you mean?
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it, in 3rd grade?
Lunch money? Oh, right. Yes, I seem to remember something like that.
Nick, I think you're the only one who really remembers.
Well, it probably only really mattered to me anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? That trial was the reason Nick became a defense attorney.
Ridiculous. Gee, thanks. That said, it does sound like the kind of thing you do. You haven't changed a bit, have you, right? So simple. To a fault, even. Well, maybe, yeah, but... I think you changed too much, Edgeworth. Perhaps. Edgeworth, see this letter?
This came out of the safe in that shack where that boat rental caretaker lives. I see. Revenge? On me?
Who is that old guy anyway?
I don't know. Could he be an innocent defendant you got declared guilty or something? Nice, right? But I don't remember that old man. Not at all.
So, he was following this letter then?
Which means there was someone else behind it. Now is the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Two men, meaning myself and Robert Hammond?
It also says this is your last chance.
Last chance? Wait, maybe he's talking about the statute of limitations on the DL6 incident. Wait, that old man!
What is it? Do you know who he is?
Yogi. Could he be Yogi?
Yogi?
The suspect in the DL6 incident. The one who was found innocent. Yanni Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. We just happened to be in the elevator together 15 years ago. The quake was incredibly strong. Before I knew it, everything was dark. We were there for so long, it felt like forever. The air thinned and the darkness closed in on us in that little box. We became unsettled. Help! Oh, wait, sorry, this is supposed to be Peter. My bad.
Help! I can't breathe.
Quiet. I said quiet. You're not making this any easier.
I want to get out. Help! Get us out!
Don't shout. You just use up more oxygen. That's all I remember. Give me 1 second, sorry. There we go. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed staring up at the ceiling. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. They claimed the oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed in court and Yogi was found innocent.
Huh. But isn't that strange? This letter tells him to get revenge on Edgeworth. Why would he want to take revenge on you?
Right. Yeah? There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether or not I should tell you. You mean the nightmare? Yeah. Yeah. I think the time has come to tell all. For the last 15 years, I've had the same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time.
What kind of dream?
It's a dream about my father's killing, in the dark.
Help, I can't breathe.
Quiet, I said, quiet. You're not making this any easier.
I want to get out. Help, get us out.
Don't shout, you just use up more oxygen.
I can't breathe. You're using up my air.
What?
Stop breathing my air. I'll stop you.
What? What are you?
Stop breathing my air.
No.
No, Father.
He's attacking Father. Then I see the pistol lying by my feet. I don't know if it was evidence from that day in court or the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol.
Get away!
Get away from my father! And with that scream, I awake. It's a bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the past 15 years.
That's just a dream, right? Right? That thought is the only thing that has kept me sane for the last 15 years. What if I'm wrong? What if it's real? They say that sometimes people shut out memories in self-defense. Maybe it was I who killed my father. What? If you think about it that way, this letter makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why he wanted revenge against me. Wait, Edgeworth, you mean it was me? I was the true criminal of DL6. I shot my father. This is bad. What are we going to do, Nick? What can we do? I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do, like it or not. If there's someone else who knows a lot about the DL6 incident, maybe... There is, Nick! There is someone else who knows about DL6.
That's true, there is. What's your relationship with Von Karma?
He's my teacher and a man who deserves respect. I learned everything I know of courtroom techniques from him. So, he's like my sister was to you, Nick. He is a perfectionist in all things. In court, in his personal life, he's obsessed with doing everything perfectly. Perfectly, huh? In all the cases he has taken on, none were left unsolved, and not one suspect was declared innocent, ever. But that's... I know. It's possible some of the suspects were indeed innocent. However, it's impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case. All Von Karma does is his job, to find the suspect guilty. Perfectly. In any case, it's nigh well impossible to find a weakness in him. Should a weakness appear, he would do everything in his power to make it go away. Edgeworth? If what you're saying is true, you're headed for a guilty sentence tomorrow. He's right! No time to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's a strange situation in which I find myself, I'll admit. No kidding. Hey, Edgeworth, why did you become a prosecutor anyway? You used to look up to your dad. You said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right?
I couldn't let myself deny reality like you.
What do you mean?
My father was taken from me, and you want me to defend criminals? I'm sorry, right, but I'm not that good of a person. One suspect was apprehended in your father's murder, right?
Yes. The man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yanni Yogi.
He had to be the shooter, any way you look at it. Yet, he was found innocent. That defense attorney got him off the hook.
That would be Robert Hammond.
On that day 15 years ago, 3 of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. I'd lost all memory of the murder.
Lost your memory?
Even now, I can't recall what happened in that elevator. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney's argument in court. He claimed Yanni Yogi had been not of sound mind due to the oxygen deprivation. Yogi was released due to a lack of evidence. Innocent. That's when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys.
Okay, fair enough, but we are going to Grossberg. Mr. Grossberg. Ah, hello there. What's wrong? You look troubled.
No kidding! I can't believe you're not.
My. Just calm down and tell me what happened,
It's Mr. Edgeworth. He...
I see. So, Edgeworth dreamt he shot his own father.
It's only a dream! Only a dream!
I wonder.
What?
If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled,
Well...
Also, consider this. Yogi quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles Edgeworth. So deep he'd want to frame him for murder. This leads me to surmise that Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream. It was real. As you imagined. Miles Edgeworth threw the pistol to save his father. Pistol fired, and the deed was done.
No! I don't believe it.
Yogi was suspected of murder, and his career as a bailiff was irrevocably wrecked. Thus, he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. This was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close. When Gregory Edgeworth was killed, the police called on a spirit medium. That was your mother, Misty Fey. I am Gregory Edgeworth. I have been killed. The one who shot me was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi. Yet Yogi was found innocent.
That's when my mother left us. Everyone called her a fraud.
That's right. Everyone thought she was, you see. Yet, now that I think about it, it seems the one who lied was Gregory Edgeworth's ghost. Gregory Edgeworth must have known who shot him. I don't believe it. So you're saying he falsified his testimony? That Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his son? It's only a possibility, mind you, but a possibility nonetheless. What do you know about Edgeworth's father? Well, he was a defense attorney without peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. Well, he may have had one peer, now that I think about it. Your mentor, Mia Fey.
My sister?
Gregory Edgeworth was very disapproving of Mr. Von Karma's techniques. Well, that's no surprise. Von Karma is an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. The result, he has a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Gregory Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods.
And?
He lost. And died in despair, as it were.
I see.
Looks like Detective Gumshoe hasn't gotten back yet. Gumshoe? He won't be coming back today.
Oh, really?
He said there was some guy he had to arrest by tomorrow.
The boat shop caretaker.
Shouted something about catching him if it's the last thing I do, pal. Good luck, Gumshoe. Okay. Gourd Lake, maybe? But there's nothing else here.
One day left, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no time to waste. Let's get going.
Oh, fuck. Well, had any good ideas?
This is all tied to the DL6 incident. We better find out as much as we can about that murder before tomorrow.
Something gonna happen back then, has a hold on Edgeworth, and won't let go. Okay. I think I know what to do. What do you think we should do, Maya?
You would know best, Nick. Just do what you do. That should work.
Okay. Fuck. Never mind. That sucks.
Nick, no! That's a photo of his father. Don't show him that.
You're right. Now probably isn't a good time to dredge up those memories.
What is it?
Nothing.
Huh? It was that case that changed my life. And tomorrow on December 28th, its statute of limitations will run out. Tomorrow? Could that be a coincidence? But even if the case is finally closed on paper, it will never be erased from my memory. Never. Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, shit. I just thought of something. I think I might have just had a light bulb moment. There's one other person, literally only one other person that would want this. Maya and Mia's mother. She's the only other one that would want this. Here's why. Hear me out. Hammond couldn't be bothered to care, and he disappeared. Probably because he doesn't want to deal with the backlash, right? Fine. But that wouldn't ruin his life. He did that willingly. Then you have Yanni Yogi. Yanni Yogi's all fucked up because he can't remember anything past the last few years. His mind is complete shit. So if he can't remember it, then that means that he had to have been told by someone. Also, it can't be Hammond because Hammond is dead. We know this because Hammond, as it's been proven, was shot in the boathouse. And Hammond was told to be killed, I should say the letter was sent to Yanni and told Yanni that the reason why he was all fucked up was because of Hammond. That way, he could get revenge for being all fucked up. And to kill not only Hammond, but Edgeworth. Obviously, the son of the guy who accused him. Because, obviously, the father's already dead. The only other person who would be even able to want retribution whatsoever would absolutely be Misty Faye. Because she was labeled as a fraud after she contacted Gregory Edgeworth, and he lied, knowing that his son accidentally was the cause of the gun shooting him, but did so to protect his son's name so that he wouldn't end up in jail. So we've got dead Hammond, we've got guy on the run who was basically told why his life was all fucked up but can't remember anything. And then we've got Misty Faye, who's been called a fraud and basically said that her life as she knew it was over. Because it got dragged out. That's the only thing I can think of right now that makes sense. Once again, you will be surprised. There's nobody else I can think of. Unless it's something like really, really stupid, like, oh, like the old, oh, the butler did it kind of deal. That I would be really surprised with, because this game has not done anything ridiculous like that yet. Cody Hackins from Case 3, bro can't disprove me, oh god. Be showing me this picture. Oh, no reason. Okay. You know, I was impressed by your deduction in the trial today. Granted, you were at the end of your rope, but still. Nick, he noticed! Okay. I don't know if there's anything else I can show him. No. That's it. This incident took place 15 years ago tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll see the completion of not one, but 2 trials. All thanks to the statute of limitations. However, I'm afraid the damage the DL6 incident has done will never be erased. I mean, that is fair. No, that's not gonna do me any good. No. Which means neither is the bullet. In any case, it's good that the one shooting isn't Miles. You bet it's good. Can't believe the fiendish planning that went into this murder. And we almost fell right into his trap. What a creep! Gregory Edgeworth? He was a gifted man. His death was truly a loss. I wonder what would have become of Von Karma were he alive. Nothing there. And there's nothing here. I mean, I'll check it all, but I don't... Okay. No. Okay. This guy's still studying. Please think twice. Think about what you're doing, Jolinda. Don't take my Tommy away from me, no. Yeah. Okay. So that's it for here. Which is what I figured. This is the only place I can think of.
I wonder why the caretaker didn't take the letter with him.
He left in a hurry, right? I don't think he even came back here after the trial. These are cold. No cooking. We're done with the parrot. We're done with the fish on the wall. Okay. Where the hell do I go? There's nothing left to examine. But I'm still clearly missing something. Okay, but the only two people that I can do that with, I just presented everything to them and got anything and everything that I could. Yes, and literally the parrot has a check mark. He's got a check mark. Yeah, we've seen all of this. Yeah, we presented the letter to Grossberg, yeah. That's how we were able to get the DL6 stuff out of him. No, there's nothing. Wait, I already gave him the fucking letter. What? That doesn't even make sense. Yes, of course it's the letter. He read it. Oh my god. Does seem that Yogi was following this letter when he killed Hammond. But why kill Robert Hammond? Hammond was a skilled defense attorney, but he defended clients not for their sake, but for his own. Huh? His own sake? He never trusted his clients, that one. The only thing he trusted was his own ability.
But he got his client found innocent, so why should it matter?
Actually, my dear, it's quite different. He won that innocent verdict for no one but himself. Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined. Huh? Well, you'll understand soon enough. Wait. What is it? This letter. I've seen this handwriting somewhere before, a long time ago. Whose handwriting was this? Do you have any idea who wrote this? Can't be Miles. Can't be Yanni. It's gotta be... Manfred von Karma? That's the only thing I can think of. Right? I'm not going crazy. It had to have been Manfred. Could it be Manfred von Karma? Von Karma? Why would he have something to do with this? Well, I'm not sure. Von Karma. Wait!
You're right, my boy. This is Von Karma's handwriting, I'm sure of it. I used to see it all the time on court reports.
What? But that means... the one who told Mr. Yogi to kill was...
Correct. Manfred Von Karma himself. What does this mean, then? Why would Von Karma want to frame Edgeworth? Why would he want to frame... No, we already did that one. If it truly was Von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. He would know that Miles Edgeworth accidentally killed his own father. He'll say as much tomorrow in court, I should think. He'll present the point until the court finds Miles Edgeworth guilty.
Oh no! But how could Mr. Von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's past like that? Even Mr. Edgeworth thought it was just a nightmare.
That I do not know. Yet I do know that Von Karma is both persistent and a perfectionist. He may be seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son. What do you mean? It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win. But he didn't make it through the trial unscarred. What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma? Well, Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial. But Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence. And though he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusation stood.
Faulty evidence?
It was the only penalty Von Karma has ever received in his career as a prosecutor. Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
Wow!
Must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. A vacation? Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like, go to the sea or, the mountains? Don't tell me he's never been to Europe!
You have strange ideas about vacations, Maya. In any case, that was the only time he took a vacation from work. I believe the penalty upset him quite a lot. Odd. If he wanted to keep a perfect record so badly, why would he take such a long vacation?
What do we do, Nick? Von Karma's going to bring up DL6, you can bet on it. What if Mr. Edgeworth pleads guilty to DL6?
I won't let him. Yes, Mr. Wright. I hate to say this, but even accidental murder is murder, you know.
I know that. I just believe in Edgeworth's innocence.
I can't believe he'd kill someone.
But, Nick, Mr. Edgeworth admits it himself. His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave.
I don't care. I know he's not guilty. Mr. Wright, if you say so, I suppose I could go check again. Police files might hold something of interest. Mr. Grossberg, thank you. I can't promise anything. In fact, I think the chances of finding something is slim. I understand. Police materials,
There's hardly anyone here.
Everyone must be out looking for the old guy, Yogi. Ah, it's you! I didn't think Gumshoe would be coming back today. He's staying out late looking for someone.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe is pounding the pavement for real. We were wondering if we could check out the records room again?
Well, now, I can't just have anyone wandering around in there. But I guess Mr. Von Karma is in there now anyway. You can go in as long as he's there.
Von Karma?
Yes, he just arrived, actually. Von Karma's in the records room.
Nick, let's hurry!
There we go.
Dusty as always.
We were only here just yesterday. I'm sure they haven't had time to clean.
What's wrong, Nick?
Nothing. I was just noticing that he isn't here.
Von Karma. It's quite a large volume of reports here.
Wow, these are all case reports?
Yeah, it's like a graveyard of police cases.
I guess my sister's case report is in here too, quietly gathering dust.
Shelves stuffed with case files in the back of the room, too. Forgotten cases rotting away for eternity.
Nick, let's get what we need to get. Let's get what we need and get out of here. All this dust is getting to me.
Ooh, okay. Kinda weird.
Huh? One of the drawers here is open.
Someone must have been looking in it recently.
Label says unsolved cases evidence.
Unsolved cases?
Nick! The file for DL6, it's completely empty.
What? What are you doing in here?
Von Karma!
You! How do you know my name?
Huh?
Have we met?
What are you saying? We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team.
Defense team? What the fuck? Beg your pardon. You see, I rarely remember defense attorneys. They're like bugs to me, needless things to be crushed. I can see how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial. It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt. His guilt of 15 years ago, you mean? You're quite the researcher. You've done your homework so well, then certainly you must understand. You know what Miles Edgeworth will tell the court tomorrow. We were right. So Von Karma is going to bring up DL6 in court tomorrow.
Mr. Edgeworth is your student, right?
A romanticist who still can't shed that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father, always second-rate. Mr. Von Karma, you had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you? Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney? Why? Because he dealt a blow to your otherwise perfect trial record? Huh. So you did. But what I don't get is, why did you take his son under your wing afterwards? The son of your most bitter rival. That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. Mr. Von Karma, have a look at this. This was you, wasn't it? You instructed Yanni Yogi to commit murder. Yanni Yogi. How many years has it been since I've heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it.
So you admit it? You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter?
Yes, my dear defense attorney. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring it to me. You saved me from a lot of needless hassle. What?
Nick, what is that thing?
A stun gun for self-defense, usually. Indeed. 600,000 volts will course through your body like a dog touching an electric fence. 600,000? Oh, don't worry. People don't die from it, usually. Now, give me the letter. No.
No!
Whoa! What are you?
Nick, run!
Maya! Out of my way! Ah!
got us. The letter's gone, of course. And he took the DL6 evidence, all of it. Back to having no clues. Wait, Maya jumped first. Maya, is she okay? Maya! Maya, open your eyes! Maya! The letter! Did he take it? Huh? Oh, yeah. Are you okay? I couldn't stop him. I jumped as fast as I could, but one shot from that thing knocked me out cold. I'm useless. I'm no good as a lawyer or a medium. I can't even call my sister. Not even now when we need her the most. I wish I hadn't woken up at all. Maya! There has to be some way I can help her. I better do something about her self-confidence first. Maya, she's holding something. What is that, a bullet? DL6 incident, evidence number 7, taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. Remember, Von Karma was holding this when Maya jumped him. I'll prove it to you, Maya. You're most definitely not useless. I'll prove it to you in court tomorrow.
Yes, we're going to save, and that is going to be the end for me for tonight. And I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. I know, but it is that time for me. We had Lazy, we had Spectre, we had Sophia, we had Spoiled. Corgi was here for a little bit. We had Sober, we had Dawn. We had Tsunabridge. We had Aelin, we had Alpa, we had Fafo, we had Pixel Pixie, and there's a couple of thank yous here. We have Spoiled coming in for 56 months. Thank you so much, Spoiled. We also have Spoiled coming in with biddies, and then more biddies, and then Tsunabridge was here. And Tsunabridge gave a follow. Thank you so much, Tsunabridge. Really, really appreciate that. And then Spoiled came in with more biddies. So thank you so much, Spoiled, for the 56 months and all them biddies. I will be back later on today. But until I see you all then, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And until I see you then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on.